Good afternoon. So in the last class, I had given one question to you. And that question was that if there are two charges and I insert a dielectric medium between those two charges, I put a dielectric medium and then place those two charges, what is the force which one charge applies on the other? What is your answer? This was the question. I place the whole system in a dielectric medium which has a dielectric constant K. Now my question was, what is the force which Q2 applies on Q1? Now most of us have this as an answer. Agreed? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Actually, there are not just two charges, there are more than that. Okay, I'll explain. We all know, which we have studied in electrostatics, that when you have a charge plus charge here, it will on its own induce a negative charge here. Yes or no? What is the value of that negative charge? Into 1 minus 1 by K, where K is the dielectric constant. Now, let me see what is the force which Q2 applies on Q1. That force is independent of the dielectric medium. वो force कितनी होगी? Repulsive होगी ना? क्या लिखेंगे? 1 by Q1. But there is another force between these two charges. What would be that force? It will be attractive. Well, here negative sign. 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught Q1 Q2 into 1 minus 1 by K upon R square. Yes or no? Can I say this is the net force on Q2? When I solve this goes with this, and I'm left with but what is this force? Is this force on Q2 due to Q1, or is it the net force? It is the net force. This answer is for the net force, not the force between the two charges. Now, you place two charges in a dielectric medium. The force which one charge exerts on the second charge is independent of the medium. But the net force on the charges changes, and it becomes 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught. Likh lijiye, please write it down. So this is a wrong misconception which most of the students have, and that is when you place two charges in a dielectric medium, the force between the two charges changes. It does not change. It is the net force which actually changes. Clear? Can I wrap this off? Likh lijiye, please write it down. Now in the JEE entrance exam, this becomes important because the difference between force on one charge and net force on one charge, that difference is important. So note it, force or net force, that's important. So when objectives are given, please read the objective question extremely cautiously. Now today we are going to study electromagnetic induction. Why is this word electromagnetic? Why does it come in one sentence? Maybe in the last classes, did I tell you that electric field and magnetic field are frame dependent? Did we discuss this? Have we discussed this? Or no? Okay. What I meant was this. Say I have a current carrying conductor infinite current carrying conductor. I place a test charge here Q. Now my question is, what do you think is the force which this current carrying conductor, a steady state current carrying conductor, applies on this charge Q? Let me take this charge as positive. What would be the net force? Or would there be any force? Or if I were to ask my question in a different way, this question can come in this way also. Does a steady state current carrying conductor exert electric field or produces electric field? Yes or no? Yes or no? It does not. I'll explain how. Now, when I say a steady state current flowing, it means it has an equal number of positive and equal number of negative charges. So the net charge as a whole on this wire is 0. So it cannot produce any electric field. Please write it down. So if a question comes in the entrance exam that there is a steady state current carrying conductor, does it exert, does it apply, or does it create an electric field? It does not create any electric field because the net charge on the current carrying conductor is 0. Now what happened was, this charge was given an additional velocity v. In magnetic field, we have studied. Acha, do you agree that this current carrying conductor will produce magnetic field? Yes, it does. In the last session, we did that. And we also studied that if a charged particle moves in a magnetic field, a magnetic force also is exerted on that charge, right? That force will be in this direction. Let me call this as magnetic. Now, initial velocity is in this direction on the y-axis. The magnetic field is along the negative x-axis. Do you agree that it will have a trajectory something like this? Right? See, if you have a velocity in this direction and an acceleration in this direction, right? There will be an additional component in this direction. This force will have no effect on this. So there will be a component along this, but there will be a component which will keep increasing with time along this. Therefore, this component will keep increasing. This will remain same. The trajectory will be more towards left. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. Now, a beautiful thing happened. This is magnetic force because there is no electric field. This is magnetic force because the charged particle is moving. Now, if I change this situation, alter the observer who was standing on ground to an observer who stands, say on a car, sits in a car, which travels with velocity v. Now, with respect to this observer, this charged particle is stationary. Yes, because they're traveling with the same velocity. If with respect to this observer, this charge does not have any velocity, it should not have any magnetic force. Yes or no? Because a magnetic force is only exerted on a particle which is moving. There is a magnetic field. There is a charged particle, but with respect to this observer, this charged particle is at. Therefore, there should be no magnetic field. But this charged particle will continue to move like this. Now, this gives you a thought. If there is no magnetic force, then why this charged particle still continues to move like this? That means there is electric force now. That means this magnetic force is now replaced by an electric force. Now we wonder, initially when there was no electric field, how has it happened that with respect to that observer, this same wire now produces an electric field? Let's understand that also. Now, when I say that there is a steady state current which is flowing in the circuit, which means if this is the direction of current, and if I were to take negative charges to be moving in this direction, conventional current, it means 20 electrons enter and 20 electrons leave. That is what steady state means. There cannot be any source or sink of charges. जितना आएगा उतना जाएगा. अब suppose मैं बोलता हूं आपसे कि in 1 second there are 20 charges, 20 electrons which are passing through this, is when the observer is here. Now let's see what happens, and what do they move with? Drift velocity, electrons. Now with respect to this observer who's traveling with velocity v, this velocity will increase. That means in the same time the electrons have a greater velocity. That means the number of electrons which pass, the number increases. आपके पास उतने ही टाइम में वेलोसिटी अगर फास्ट हो गई तो ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रॉन्स पास करेंगे. जब ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रॉन्स पास करेंगे तो इसका मतलब यहां पर इलेक्ट्रॉन डेंसिटी इंक्रीज हो गई. दैट मींस इस वायर पर एक इफेक्टिव नेगेटिव चार्ज आ गया, एंड दैट चार्ज वाज पॉजिटिव. सो दिस विल प्रोड्यूस एन इलेक्ट्रिक फील्ड, एंड दिस चार्ज पार्टिकल विल गेट. द बॉटम लाइन इज, with respect to this observer, I observed magnetic field. With respect to this observer, I started observing electric field. That means electric and magnetic field are frame dependent. If you change the observer, electric becomes magnetic, magnetic becomes electric. That is why this chapter is called electromagnetic induction. This relates both electric field and magnetic field. Note this down, please. Perfect. This is one introduction which I thought is absolutely relevant for students who are preparing for this entrance exam. Clear? Now, coming back to the numericals, the problem solving. Now, before we start that, I'll write one expression. Tell me electrostatic field E dot dl integral in a closed loop. If E represents electrostatic field, what does this expression represent? This question actually has come in IITJ a few years back. What does this expression tell you? E dot dl. What is E? Electric field can be written as F by Q. So F dot dl becomes work done. It becomes work done per unit charge. And the closed loop says work done per unit charge in a closed loop. Should be. Tejaswani says this should be 0. Tejaswani, why do you say this should be 0? It's a conservative force. Absolutely right. Now what happened was, there was a scientist who was doing the same thing. What he did was, I want you to tell me, what is the name of that scientist? If I were to tell you that is experiment, a coil, Faraday. It was Faraday. Faraday was performing this experiment where he took a coil, connected to a galvanometer, and moved the magnet in and out. He saw that there was deflection in the galvanometer. That was very interesting, because in this case, there is a magnetic lines of forces which are coming out. Inside a coil, those lines are passing. That means there is a change, there is a magnetic flux. And since the magnet is moving, therefore there is a change in magnetic flux with time, and that is producing EMF. Now, that EMF is not. Actually, by the way, what is this, by the way? Isn't this EMF? Work done per unit charge in a closed loop is EMF. This came out to be equal to minus d phi by dt. It was not 0. Now, if a work done in a complete loop is non-zero, that means this field is non-uniform, non-conservative. That means the electric field which is generated due to change in magnetic field is a non-conservative electric field. Clear? What is phi equal to, by the way? We all know B dot A. Yes, B is magnetic field and A is the area vector. Hai na? Yes, clear? Now, this can be written as minus d B by dt dot A plus B dA by dt. When area changes with time in a magnetic field, induced EMF is generated. Yes or no? This is equal to E dot dl in a closed loop which is non-zero. This part is called motional EMF. That is what we call it. And this part where magnetic field changes with time, which is called unsteady magnetic field, is actually called induced EMF, is also called induced electric field. Now, I come to the first question. Start kar sakte hain. Okay, clear? I assume that the important thing which was relevant, I've told you. Now, rest theory, you guys are aware of. Look at the first question. It says in a given arrangement, the loop is moving or is moved with constant velocity v in a uniform magnetic field in a restricted region of width a. So you have magnetic field only in this area. This length is a. This is a loop. The length of the loop is greater than a. We are moving it inside the magnetic field, right? Now, he says, for what time will the induced EMF be produced or induced? What should be the answer? Oh, there's already the answer. And why? Okay, we have the answer. Why do you think 2a by b should be the answer? I'll check it. Till the time this end doesn't reach here, nothing happens. This loop enters this region. Now, what happened? Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Right? This end reaches here. Tab tak to kuch hoga nahi. Now, when this end enters this region, A tak yahan par there will be a small portion outside also. You agree? Until this time, induced EMF will be generated because there is change in magnetic flux. Then what will happen is that something like this is the situation. Now you move it forward. This end will reach here. Yes. And now when you are moving, again the flux is changing. So that means for how much time will the flux keep changing? A when it came in, A when it went out. So total length is 2a and the velocity is v. So the answer should be absolutely right. Please write it down. Have you understood it? So induced EMF will be generated till the time there is change in magnetic flux. Now the second question, I have given us this specifically second question, keeping in mind this question, types of questions have already come in IIT JEE number of times and students do this wrongly. So this question is important. Now this second part is extremely beautiful part of this question. The same question. Ab change kar diya. I want you to plot a graph between induced EMF and time. Acha, one thing I also want to tell you, Tejaswani, see when you're moving it inside, flux is increasing. So magnetic induced EMF will be in a certain direction. When you're pulling it out, the magnetic flux is decreasing. So the direction of EMF will reverse. So it will be plus and it will be minus. And there will be some time when there is no change in flux. At that time, induced EMF will be 0. Now, which graph do you think is the most relevant graph? See, this is not possible because EMF is never 0. Now, that's impossible. We have 3 options. Frankly speaking, the first option is the right option. Why? Because in the rest of the 2 options, EMF never becomes negative, right? But assuming assuming I were to flip this down. This part, I was to flip this down. That means now this A and D would have a strong competition between them. Both could be possible. Out of this, which is the correct answer? Okay. You agree? यहाँ तक ठीक है? Is this fine? Till the time. ऐसे कह रहे हो ना? एक पुराना slide दिखाइए please. Let's go back to the first slide again. Right. Again देखो ध्यान से. As I told you, when this end reaches here, and when this enters, वो time कितना होगा? A by V. Till the time A by V, the flux will keep changing. Now, once this end is, say this end is here, and this end is reached at this point. Now, when you pull it out, there will be some time till which there will be no change in magnetic flux. वो length कितनी होगी? Total length कितना है? B. अंदर कितना है? A. B बड़ा है, B is bigger. That means for B minus A length, there will be no change in. You agree? So that means from this point, from T equals, let's go to the next slide, sir. Next slide. Okay. A by V tak flux is changing. Now for a time, B minus A by V, B minus A by V, the flux will remain 0. But this is this time. इन दोनों के बीच का टाइम हुआ ना वो, मुझे इस टाइम को ऐड करना पड़ेगा. कितना हुआ? आप मेरी बात समझ रहे? What I'm saying is, say till 5 seconds there was a change in flux. For the next 3 seconds nothing happened. तो ये जो टाइम होगा, this will be 5 plus 3. You getting my point? So this will become B by V. अब क्या होगा? Now that means you actually reached this end. यहां पर आ गए ना आप? हाँ या ना? You've already reached this end. This is A, and the whole length was. Now, how much time will it take to come out? A by V. Add करना. B by V plus A by V कितना हुआ? That's the right answer. Have you understood this? This is an extremely, extremely important question, and this importance comes not by the graph but by the time. Have you understood, or should I explain it again? बेटा मैं आपको दोबारा बताऊं? दोबारा बताऊं? देखो, ये पहले एक सिचुएशन कैसे था? ये था ना? अब थोड़ी देर के बाद what will happen is that this will अंदर आना शुरू करेगा ये. आप यहां तक पहुंच जाओगे. What is this length? A. So how much time has it taken? A by V. First thing is clear. Till this time the flux was increasing. अब second में क्या होगा? This end will reach here, and this end will come here. Now between this time and this time, what is this length equal to? How much time will it take? Now till B minus A by V time, it will remain inside. ये अंदर ही रहेगा. बट मुझे वो टाइम पहले वाले टाइम में ऐड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि शुरू से t equals 0 तो मैं पहले ले रहा हूं. ये तो एडिशनल टाइम हुआ. So you'll add that component also. Are you understanding? Now in the third part, यहां पर आने के, now when you pull it back, pull it outwards, ये total length A है. How much extra time will it take? A by V. So that is how that answer comes. Have you understood this? Next slide, please. Great. I think this should be a simple question for you. Now, before we handle this question, in this question, let's understand very, very important thing. आ जाइए. You must have seen this situation number of times where This resistance is R, right? Induced EMF magnitude is d phi by dt. You agree? What is phi? VA. Now, this is say t equals 0. In time t equals t, it moves this distance. What is the distance it travels? Say this distance is x. What is B? B is magnetic field. What is A? A is not the area of the conductor. Area which is generated by the motion of the conductor. And what is that area? If this length is L, L into X. Do you agree? By time, this becomes, and what do you get? Imaginarily, we should understand which end will be positive terminal and which end will be the negative terminal. उसको समझाने के लिए मैं आपको एक और चीज एक्सप्लेन करता हूं. ये जो रॉड था मेरा, let me bring this rod outside. Let me take a charged particle here. Check. This rod is moving with velocity v. That means this charged particle is also moving with velocity v. There is a magnetic field outside. And what is the value of magnetic field? Say B minus K cap. ये जो आपने लिखा था, ये था क्या? E dot dl. बोलते रहिए. E dot, ये है क्या? Work done per unit charge. What is work done? Force dot displacement. Now, I want an EMF to be created between these two ends. तो मेरा डिस्प्लेसमेंट किस डायरेक्शन में होना चाहिए? इसी डायरेक्शन में, या तो ऊपर जाए चार्ज या फिर नीचे जाए. फोर्स होता कितना है? मैग्नेटिक फोर्स Q इंटू V क्रॉस P, राइट? चार्ज पॉजिटिवली आपने V का डायरेक्शन क्या लिया? I cap. And what is B? Minus K cap. What is I cross minus K? Plus J. Agreed? So you have a force in this direction. Yes or no? Now, according to this, this is magnetic force dot dl by Q in a closed loop. The direction of Fm and dl in the same direction. They're in the same direction. Length यही है ना? आप इसी के क्रॉस मूव करना चाह रहे हो ना लेंथ को? So this is your L. Yes or no? So what is your force equal to? Q, V, B. Length is L by charge is Q. What is the answer you get? Now, once this charged particle has moved here, so this terminal will become positive and this will become. So I can again replace this by this battery, and I can call this EMF as PV. Likhiye please. Clear हो गया बात? Two things I've told you. A, for you, induced EMF, क्या लिखा मैंने? Induced EMF, I'm giving you a formula. इसको ध्यान से रखना आप. Induced EMF is V cross B dot dl. Now let's come back to this question. This is a loop. I can consider this to be one conductor. This is the second conductor. Yes. This is third, this is fourth. One by one lete hain. Let me talk about this conductor first. This and this is similar, which we discussed. Because of this, this end will become, and this will become, and the EMF will be BVL. What about this? How do you know it's zero? This is V. This is B. So the force will be in the direction upwards. And where do you want the displacement to be? Displacement charge का किसकी डायरेक्शन में होना चाहिए? Length के along. What are you trying to find out? You're trying to find out the force which a charged particle के ऊपर लगता है, and displacement किस डायरेक्शन में करोगे आप? The length के along. आप EMF किसके क्रॉस डेवलप करना चाहते हो? लेंथ के क्रॉस, लेंथ के along. तो वर्क डन किसके along लोगे? लेंथ के along. तो अगर मैं इधर, if I talk about this charged particle, this is traveling with velocity v. This is magnetic field is minus K cap. So force will be either this or this. but displacement कहाँ कराना है आपको? Along this, the work done is 0. What about this? Is similar to this? What will be the charge? What will be the battery here? Same like this, BVL. It will be BVL. You have one battery here, you have the second battery here. Something like this. ये कितना है? ये कितना है? What is the net EMF? The net EMF is right. And this was conceptually, but directly also you can see if these magnetic lines of forces are all around and you're moving this, the number of lines of forces inside will always remain constant. So the magnetic flux is anyway not changing. Therefore, there is no change in magnetic flux. Therefore, induced EMF will be. I've explained you through two methods. As preparation for IIT-JEE, it is not the answer which is important. It is through how many different ways can you think to solve that answer is actually most important. You understood both the things? So there are two things I've told you. One is that find V cross B dot dl and find the EMF, or see whether the flux is changing with time or it is not changing with time. Next slide, sir. Have a look at this. In this question, I've changed the way this loop looks like. It was a square loop earlier. It is a semicircular loop. Okay? You agree? So when this loop moves downwards, is coming downwards, this is the direction of V. This is the direction of L. हाँ है ना? ये लेंथ ही हुआ ना? तो जैसे जैसे नीचे आएगा, अभी इसका लेंथ कितना 2r है? ये जैसे जैसे नीचे आएगा, will this length increase or decrease? It will decrease. It will keep decreasing. You agree this? Agree to this? That means the value of EMF will keep. That's one thought. It's BVL, BVL. B and V are already perpendicular. Length is also perpendicular, but the length keeps changing. It all the time reduces. कम होते जा रहा है ना length का value. तो EMF का value कितना होगा? It will keep reducing. But in this question he has asked which is at a higher potential. Can you tell me? अभी जो आपको concept बताया था उससे बता सकते हैं आप मुझे? ये length है. What is the direction of V? Downwards. Minus J cap. लिखो. Minus J cap. And what is the direction of B? Minus K cap. What is the direction of force which is coming out? Plus I. What does it mean? Where will the charges start moving? Positive charge किधर move करेगा? आपने force निकाला ना? V cross Q into V cross B. What is the direction of force you have found out? Positive x-axis. So this end will become positive and this end will become, check the answer. Q is at higher potential because Q is positively charged and M is. So have you understood this? Clear okay, baat? I've told you two things. A, higher, lower potential. Secondly, the EMF will also keep decreasing because the length will keep decreasing. Next slide. Now this question has been specifically given to you, keeping in mind the concept which I just discussed with you. Instead of the semicircular thing, I've taken a triangle. What do you think is going to happen? What happens when it comes down? The length, when it comes down like here, this length decreases, EMF will keep, but the current will flow in the entire wire. So resistance of the circuit will not change. Therefore, I will keep decreasing linearly. This is constant velocity. So this length will linearly decrease. Ayana, this length will linearly decrease. So EMF will linearly fall. R is constant. E by R will linearly fall. Which should be the right answer? B. Perfect. Even if you're not able to write the questions, don't worry, because anyway we are going to give these questions to you. आप कॉन्सेप्ट समझने की कोशिश करो, लिखने पर ज्यादा ध्यान मत दो, है ना? We'll mail you all these questions with the solutions. You don't have to worry about that. Just focus on concept, because if you try to write and you try to think in this limited time, it will be difficult for you. So don't worry about writing. I'll give you all the notes. Next question. Great. Till now you've been studying, पहले मेरे तरफ देखो. Till now you've been studying a rod which is translating. And what did you study in that? That rod has a certain velocity. It's translation, so every element has the same velocity. There is a magnetic field. Because of that, the charge experiences magnetic force. And along the length, we find out the work done. And the work done per unit charge is the induced EMF. Now, what happens when things start rotating and not just translating? Like, for example, I'll first explain you the concept of this question and then you'll understand. देखना बच्चों, it's a rod. I have fixed it here, hinged it here. Now there is a magnetic field here. Okay. Now, assuming that this rod is in the horizontal plane, by the way, and it is made to rotate with a constant angular velocity. Right. So the angular velocity here is say omega, which is constant. Let's see. क्या यहां पर भी ये जो charge है, is there some work being done on this charge in this case also? Do you think there will be a work done here also? There will be a force on the charge? Yes. What will be the direction of velocity here? In rotation, when a body is moving in a circular motion, what is the direction of velocity? Tangential, perpendicular to radius. This is the center. This becomes the radius. So this will be the velocity. Perfect. There is magnetic field. If I were to take this as minus y and this as plus x axis, there is a charge here which is moving the velocity. Minus j cross minus k कितना होता है? Plus I, which means the positive charge will keep collecting here and the negative charge will keep collecting here. So do we have an induced EMF? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But there is a difference. When a body was translating, all ends had the same velocity. That is why the answer was BVL. But in this case, depending on the length from the center, velocities will be changing. So what I'll do is, I'll take a small element. Very good. I'll take a small element. Take this length as x. Take this length as dx. Say that this velocity is x omega. You agree? V is r omega. है ना भाई? And then I will try to find out induced EMF between these two ends. वो कितना होगा? Say induced EMF is dE. How much will that be? B. Okay. X omega into dx. And I have to integrate from 0 to L. What is the value? Half B omega. So this is induced. लिखो फटाफट. Write it down fast. Have you done this earlier? Do you know this derivation? Okay. Clear? Half B omega L square. Okay. Okay. Tell me one thing. Imagine a situation. You have a rod. You've discussed translation, you've discussed rotation. Now let's have both of them. Say this end travels with velocity 2v. and this end travels with velocity v. This length is L, and there is a uniform magnetic field, B. He says, the question says, find the work done per unit charge or induced EMF between end A and C. You have both translation, right? And you have both rotation. We have both. Why? Because there is no end which is fixed. So that means translation, right? And there is rotation because not all the points have the same velocity. So it is a mix of translation. That is how you identify a problem. A translation plus rotation. Now, since we have very less time, I'll directly come to the solution. Have you heard of a term called instantaneous center of rotation? Okay. What happens is, if you have a body where a body is doing both translation and rotational motion, like for example, if I would take a body which is pure rolling, center, velocity, angular velocity omega, right? And if omega is v by r, and I wish to calculate the net velocity of this point, it will be v here and r omega here. And they both are equal. So the net velocity is, we call this point as ICR, the instantaneous center of rotation. And you know what is the advantage of this point? Now you can consider that this point is fixed and you can calculate velocity of any other point. That is the advantage. So you convert a pure rolling motion about the center into a pure rotational motion about the instantaneous center of rotation. Clear? Like for example, if this is zero velocity, this is v, what is this velocity? 2v, and 2v will be equal to 2r omega. If I were to fix this point and the angular velocity is omega, this radius is 2r, what will this velocity equal to? Similarly, you can find out that instantaneous center rotation here also. Dhyan se dekhna. Now I'll tell you a very interesting thing. See, when I say v and 2v and I represent them by vectors, it actually means the length which is important. Suppose मैं बोल रहा हूं कि v length corresponds to a meter, a 2v length will be corresponding to 2 meters. Perfect. So these length of the vectors actually tell you the difference. This is v and this is, now this is a beautiful concept. Understand this. Extend this line. Join the arrowheads. Wherever it intersects is instantaneous center of rotation. Note करो. समझ में आया बात? I said extend the line, extend the rod, join the arrowheads. We can derive this, but since we have limited time, so I'll leave it here. I just want you to understand this. 2v, v, connect the arrows, bring it down. Wherever it goes, touches is called the instantaneous. Now, do you know, girls, that this becomes so important? Now your question changes, that there is a point about which the entire rod is rotating. हाँ या ना? Okay. Do they form similar triangles? Yes or no? जल्दी जल्दी बोलो. Yes, आवाज आनी चाहिए. So if this length is 2v, this is v. If this length is L, this length will also be similar triangles. This is A, this is C. Let me take this as D. ये point fixed है. बोलो हाँ या ना? What will be the EMF between D and A? Half, बोलो, B, omega. Now, this point is fixed. Let me take this now length, this complete length. Let me find out potential difference between D and C. बोलो कितना? Half, B, omega. What is the total length? 2L square, which is half B omega 4L square. And I want to find out potential difference between these 2 points. Sorry, this point and this point. Between A and C. Minus कर दो दोनों को. कितना आया? Half B omega 3L square. And that becomes your answer. Extremely important concept. It's a beautiful shortcut. It'll really help you in finding out solutions to problems. Have you understood this? Now, coming back to this question. Which question? This question. It's not a rod. It's a semicircular object. But there's an interesting thing, and that is, if I could replace this rod by a single rod, a ring by a single rod, it'll do the same purpose. इसका ये projection ही है ना? हाँ है ना? And if I can replace this complete length by this length. कितना length हो गया? 2r. ये point क्या है? Fixed. Half b omega 4r square. What is the answer? Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. So in a semicircular question, replace it by a single rod. Check the rod length. Use the same formula, half b omega 4l square. Answer आ गया. मजा आ गया ना? First class. अब इसके अंदर I'll modify this question. Let's see if have you understood this or not. Look at this, guys, girls. Have a pleasing smile on your faces. Are you enjoying it? You're loving it? Fantastic. देखना. I'll take a ring. Same question. वो उधर हिंज थे ना, इधर हिंज कर देता हूं. Magnetic field. Radius r. बाहर ले देता हूं. He says find induced EMF between these 2 points. Or he says find induced, this is A, this is C, this is D. He says find induced EMF between A and D. क्या करेंगे? And this is rotating with an angular velocity omega. I'll replace this by a rod. हाँ है ना? ठीक है ना? Length कितना होगा? I can replace this also by a rod. वो लेंथ कितना होगा जी? वाओ, ये तो कितना कूल हो गया क्वेश्चन. अभी क्वेश्चन क्या हुआ? ये हिंज्ड है, एक रॉड इधर, एक रॉड इधर. इसका लेंथ कितना? इसका रॉड लेंथ कितना? और दोनों का एंगुलर वेलोसिटी कितना? ये एंड लिया हमने C, ये लिया हमने A. इनके क्रॉस ईएमएफ कितना होगा? हाफ B omega root 2r square. Yes or no? And the same EMF will be produced here also. Perfect. है ना? अच्छा, नाउ एक और चीज ध्यान रखो आप. अगर ये क्रॉसेस हैं और ये वेलोसिटी ऐसे है तो ये आपका पॉजिटिव और ये नेगेटिव टर्मिनल होता है ना हमेशा. फिर चेक कर लो. माइनस जे क्रॉस, बोलो बोलो, माइनस ये कितना हुआ? वाओ, प्लस आई है ना, तो ये पॉजिटिव हुआ और ये, इसको देख के बता सकते हो पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव कौन से होंगे? इसमें उसमें फर्क है क्या? देखना, ये भी होगा, बोलो है ना. बी तो अभी इसको क्या लिया आपने? माइनस वाई, क्या लिखोगे? माइनस जे क्रॉस क्या आएगा? तो क्या मतलब हुआ? दिस टर्मिनल विल बिकम एंड दिस विल बिकम, दिस विल बिकम एंड दिस विल बिकम. इसको भी चेक करके देखो, ये पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव होगा? सेम सेंस है ना, तो सेम ही होगा. So that means you can actually replace this by negative positive. You can replace this by negative positive. बोलिए है ना? This becomes A, this becomes C, and this becomes B. 0. Total EMF कितना? और दो ends के बीच में. So if in J you get a question between these two ends, that's the answer. Between these two ends, that's the answer. Between these 2 points, 0. Fast. Okay. Right. Now let's take another situation. A more interesting situation. For example, if I were to say that there is a ring which is pure rolling. V by R. Perfect. Pure rolling. Magnetic field. This point is A, this is C, this is D, and this is E. He says find potential difference between A and C or A and E or D, any 2 points. अब एक बात ध्यान सुनना. When we discuss rolling, we divide it into translation plus rotation. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, if the question was that there is a ring which is only translating with velocity v, I'm saying don't waste time in writing. Anyway, you will get all these questions. Focus on conceptual clarity. If this ring was only translating and somebody says find potential difference between A and D, आप क्या करते? अब तो बता दो यार. रिप्लेस करते इसको आप रॉड से, है ना? रॉड का लेंथ कितना होता? परफेक्ट. तो मैं क्या करता, इस एंड को आई वुड हैव रिप्लेस्ड बाय दिस BV2R. बोलो है ना? इस एंड को आई वुड रिप्लेस्ड बाय BV2R. नेट वेव कितना होता बिटवीन दीस टू एंड्स? कितना होता? BV2R. परफेक्ट. अगर मैं इन दो एंड्स के बीच में बात करता कितना होता? BVR. परफेक्ट. यस और नो? डन. अब रोटेशन पर आते हैं. द फॉर्मूला वाज V क्रॉस B डॉट DL. 3 बार बोलो. ये एक हुआ. V नॉट B, इसलिए दोबारा रिपीट करा रहा हूं. हाँ, V क्रॉस B डॉट इधर आना. अगर if it is rotating with an angular velocity omega, this would be the velocity r omega. Yes or no? I didn't hear it. Yes. Let me take this as x-axis. I cap. Perfect. B किधर है? Force कहां लगेगा? Along y-axis. It will be downwards or upwards. Force इधर. बोलो है ना? And dot dl. This is the force and this is the displacement. Work done will be 0. हाँ, Tejaswini, you're right. कितना work done will be? Take this point. इसको ले लेते हैं. This would become r omega. Yes or no? This is minus j cap. This is minus k cap. The force will be in this direction or this direction. Yes or no? Work done again is, if a ring is pure rotating about center, there cannot be any EMF between any point, any 2 points. Likho. Two things I've told you, right? So pure rolling we divide into two categories: translation plus rotation. Translation is absolutely clear, girls. You have to just take its projected length, and in rotation I've told you between any 2 points EMF is always going to remain 0. Tejaswini, then what does that mean? If I have a pure rolling question, it actually becomes a pure translation problem. So and whenever you have a problem in pure rolling, you actually what it actually means is it's pure translation. Clear? This is what I wanted to tell you. Next slide, sir. Perfect. Now, till now we have studied right. I'm sorry, but we have to really go fast. So, understanding everything. Now, till now in EMF, induced EMF, we have studied motion of a conductor in a uniform magnetic field. Remember? B uniform. Length के shape change किए हमने. We took a triangle, we took a length, we took a circle, we had a ring rolling and rotation, everything we've done. We haven't seen a question in which B changes. We want to understand what happens when magnetic field also changes with length. That means it becomes a non-uniform. Now, what happens that when a rod moves in a non-uniform magnetic field, how do we solve problems in the IITJ exam? In that case, this is the question which is absolutely relevant. In the last class, did I tell you, if you have a non-uniform magnetic field, you can convert it into a uniform magnetic field by taking its answer. लिखते हैं 30 सेकंड में आंसर बताएंगे आप मुझे. Do you agree that in the entire length, B is non-uniform? Because there's a conductor, the distance will keep changing. So it becomes a non-uniform magnetic field. I want to convert it into a uniform field. Do you remember that result? Mu naught upon 2 pi I ln upper limit upon lower limit. सब लोग बोलो दोबारा. माइंड में सोच के बताओ क्या लिखा था हमने. Mu naught upon 2 pi आई आगे क्या था, एल एन, अपर लिमिट माइनस अपॉन लोअर लिमिट। अपर लिमिट कितनी हुई यहां से यहां तक, आपको यूनिफॉर्म किस रीजन में करना है, इधर से इधर तक, हाँ है ना। तो अपर लिमिट क्या लेंथ ये हुआ, कितना हुआ, ए प्लस, और लोअर लिमिट चेक करना, म्यू नॉट अपॉन आई एल एन, ये क्या हो गया बी, ये क्या है जी वी, और ये क्या है जी, एक, इधर देखो, हैव अ लुक एट दिस, आई वांट टू मेक द फील्ड यूनिफॉर्म इन दिस रीजन, आई टोल्ड यू टू फाइंड एवरेज, क्या था एवरेज का फॉर्मूला, कोई बात नहीं आप लोग भूल गए, दोबारा बताते हैं, याद है, बोलो याद है, बी कितना, म्यू नॉट अपॉन आई अपॉन एक्स डी एक्स, यस और नो, लिमिट्स ए टू a plus l upon dx and the limits are from a to, ये कितना आ गया, बोलते रहो सब लोग बोलो, म्यू नॉट अपॉन, ओके आई बोलिए जोर से, एल एन ए प्लस एल अपॉन ए एल, ए, ओ यस यू राइट, अपॉन, ये क्या आ गया बी, किससे मल्टीप्लाई करोगे, वी और आंसर देखना, अभी जो आपने इतना टाइम इधर लगाया, you actually don't have to do it because if that's there in your mind, you know you have to make it uniform. Uniform is mu naught upon 2 pi I upper limit upon lower limit, upper a plus l upon l, नीचे l भी आएगा क्योंकि dx भी था, l से l कट जाएगा, वो आंसर है, ठक। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन हो गया ना, चलो मचाओ इसको, थोड़ा ना, whenever you're solving a problem, think you have to solve that problem in 3 minutes. Suddenly something is not going to happen, that we are working on our own pace, on the day of examination we suddenly become so effective that in 3 minutes I'm going to solve a problem. It's never going to happen. Every time you get a problem, think you are in the examination situation, you have 3 minutes to solve it. Start. सर मुझे बताना जब 3 minutes हो जाए, मुझे इशारा कर देना, चलो your time starts now. Now सुनो मेरी बात, एक और बात देखो, एंट्रेंस एग्जाम में why do they give you choices? Because they don't want to solve you all the time. They don't want you to solve it, then they'll give a subjective question. Why should they give you choices? Are you getting my point? अब मेरे को जरा ध्यान सुनो, by the way this आंसर गलत लिखा है मैंने जानबूझ के, in this slide I've given you a wrong answer, I wanted to check you, please all are you all there, सामने देखो, V constant parent, it will produce a non-uniform, will the magnetic field here and here be same, perfect, will there be an induced EMF here and here, will there be an induced EMF here, होगा ना, कैसे, V is along J, करो करो फटाफट, J क्रॉस B कितना माइनस के, कितना हुआ माइनस आई, आई का माइनस आई का मतलब क्या हुआ, दिस विल बिकम पॉजिटिव चार्ज एंड दिस विल बिकम, हाँ या ना, जो बी का वैल्यू इधर होगा वही बी का वैल्यू इधर होगा, एक ईएमएफ विल बी क्रिएटेड हियर आल्सो, द सेम पॉजिटिव चार्ज एंड नेगेटिव, पॉजिटिव टर्मिनल एंड नेगेटिव टर्मिनल, यस और नो, विल दीस टू टर्मिनल्स क्रिएट एनीथिंग, इनके मोशन करने से ईएमएफ प्रोड्यूस होगा, नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा ना, तो जो ईएमएफ इधर होगा यही ईएमएफ, नेट ईएमएफ कितना होगा, खत्म हुआ, लिखो लिखो लिखो, मूव मूव मूव, हुआ ना, should you want me to repeat again? You want me to repeat this? ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर मैंने जानबूझ के गलत दिया था. मैं देखता हूं कोई ना कोई आंसर ऐसे निकाल ही देगा. पक्का समझ में आ रहा है? This is your last chance to understand things. Okay? Don't leave anything now. In this time, you have to be absolutely 100% present here. Give your best performance. Yeah. Next slide. आप क्या बोलते हो? सोच के. Will there be an EMF here? No, I'm so happy. Yeah? यहां होगा? यहां होगा? दोनों में फर्क क्या है? You will have B1 here different and B2 here. आंसर लिखो. Mu naught upon 4 pi. Mu naught upon 2 pi. बाहर निकालो. फिर क्या लिखोगे? I by X. और दूसरा कितना आएगा? 2 pi I by X plus B. पक्का? Into B into L. Answer? भाई the difference of magnetic field here into V into L. ये तो आंसर हुआ ना. कितना आंसर आएगा? बस आंसर क्या सब्ट्रैक्शन करना है? Come on, do it. है तो आंसर. Ellen, I got it. I think गलत आंसर है. हाँ, what is the answer? बताओ. Even this answer is हाँ. आंसर बताओ. V naught by 2 pi I. You want to find B here ना? कितना होगा B? I नहीं. B में तो L नहीं आता. V naught upon 2 pi I by distance होता है ना? है ना? Distance I by X. Yes or no? और सेकंड कितना होगा? I by X कॉमन ले लूं? I भी बाहर ले लेता हूं. माइनस बोलो X प्लस into V into L. आया ना? पक्का. Done. Is it not done? So don't get confused. Don't get nervous. Don't do a silly mistake. अभी आंसर कितना आ रहा है? आ गया? Good. Very good. Next slide. Wow, great question. I'll explain you. आप पढ़ने में आपको टाइम लगेगा. Let's save on time. It's a conducting loop. No resistance. It's a rod. Length is L. In this case is R. Perfect. There is a resistance which is fixed. एक वायर लिया, फिक्स कर दिया. And you're rotating this with an angular velocity omega. Perfect. He says, calculate the current in the loop. Wow. In this loop. Three minutes. And your time starts now. This also has internal resistance. This rod has an internal resistance also. चलिए आपको बताते हैं तरीका, that in problems where we sometimes feel that the length of the question decides the toughness of a question, how do you enter this चक्रव्यूह? ये रॉड है, भूल जाओ ये कुछ भी एग्जिस्ट करता है. If it's a simple rod of length L, what is the EMF it will generate? बोलते रहो, क्या लिखूं? B half B omega. You agree? Now practically I can replace this by a battery having an internal resistance small r. मैं बनाता हूं आपके सामने. What is this? What is this? EMF, which is here. बोलिए हाय ना. And this is, ये जो पूरे का पूरा खानदान है, इसमें रेजिस्टेंस कुछ है नहीं. ये दोनों सिमिलर है ना. आई कितना है? E upon answer. Clear? Clear? I've selected questions which need 5 to 7 minutes to solve, but we'll train you for solving these questions in less than 3 minutes, provided you're focused. अर्जुन की नजर रखनी है बिल्कुल ती वो चिड़िया के ऊपर. आपने जैसी रॉड देखी इमीडिएटली ओ हाफ बी, अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है, ये ऐसे होगा. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखो, दैट्स मोर इंटरेस्टिंग. नेक्स्ट आई विल एक्सप्लेन द डिफरेंस. You had one rod, now you have two. Wow. Smaller, smaller, capital R. Answer. 3 minutes. Diagram बनाने में टाइम मत लगाओ, सॉल्व करो. क्वेश्चन तो सामने हो गई आपके पास एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में ना. Reduce the circuit. Replace the rods with batteries. बैटरी बनाओ. जहां जहां रॉड है वहां बैटरी दिखाओ. बहुत बढ़िया, एब्सोल्युटली फैंटास्टिक. स्मॉल आर दिखाओ, स्मॉलर स्मॉलर. वेरी गुड तेजस्वनी, यू आर डूइंग वेल. ओहो ये तो और भी आगे निकल गई. ओ फैंटास्टिक, ओ वेरी गुड. कर लास्ट को नहीं चला. ये दोनों पैरेलल में दिखाई दे रहे हैं सारे के सारे. हाँ वेरी गुड. अब इसमें टाइम नहीं लगाना. लुगना तो यहाँ टाइम ज्यादा लगाती है. अभी क्या आ गया पहले मुझे बताओ, रीड्रॉ करके बताओ डायग्राम क्या बना. लुगना आइए जल्दी से. कम आगे ड्रॉ कर. गॉड कम फास्ट. मेरी नेक में दर्द है आज बहुत यार, हिल ही नहीं पा रही है. अभी बताता हूं. ठीक, तोड़. फैंटास्टिक, ग्रेट, मजा आ गया. नेक्स्ट स्टेप, छोटा स्मॉलर ना, स्मॉलर कैपिटल आर. वेरी गुड. रीड्रॉ, कैपिटली रीड्रॉ. गुड, फैंटास्टिक. बढ़िया. सीख गए यार तुम लोग, फर्स्ट क्लास. अब देखते हैं जेई के अंदर क्वेश्चन कौन सा आता है जो आप नहीं कर पाएंगे. आंसर बता इसका फटाफट. ओ यार तू चल ठीक, क्लिक कम ऑन राइट. ओके अपॉन. ओ वाओ, हो गया. डन. Should I answer that question first? बताइए. But there is a student who has asked me, Then how do you convert a shortcut for magnetic field? Do you know the shortcut of, who knows the shortcut of magnetic field in Delhi? कौन करके दिखाएगा? हाँ, come. Will you solve it? अभी जो किया हमने, I told you that if B is non-uniform, but specifically, when I say B is non-uniform, B should be a linear function of X. Then, in that case, like for example, in this case, that's current I. There are two regions. This length is A, and this length is B. Now, I can see that because of this conductor, the value of B will be non-uniform everywhere. But since B is a linear function, now since B is mu naught by 2 pi I by X, now this linear function can be up or down, doesn't matter. If it is I by X, you can actually convert this non-uniform field into a uniform field by taking an average value. Now, how do you take an average value? Average value of any function is the function dx by dx. Yes or no? In this case, the limits are A to B. So you have A to B here, A to B here. Put this here, solve it. By doing this, you can equivalently convert into a non-uniform into a uniform field. Next slide, sir. Answer आ गया? Next. चलो करके दिखाओ. 30 seconds. ये तो 1 मिनट का सवाल है. मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन कर देता हूं फटाफट. Two resistances R1, R2. Length L. Rod is moving with velocity V. Current in the wire. इस wire में कितना current होगा? हो गया ना? Ah, yes. You can do it. करो. BVL है ना? दोनों पैरेलल सीरीज. आंसर देखो. See guys, what will be the EMF here? BVL. ये रहा ऊपर. दोनों पैरेलल. साथ में आंसर. It's a subjective question which has come up in IIT-JEE. You all solved it in less than a minute. But that is an achievement. Next. Okay. Have a look at this question. In the class when I started, I gave you there are two ways to produce induced EMF. One is B uniform, change area. 2, A uniform, constant, change B with respect to time. This question came in IIT-JEE. Have a look at that. I करते. Let's do it. To do this question, understand this concept. Oh, let's come back. We started with this concept today. सब लोग बोलो. Equals. Perfect. The negative sign is the Lenz's law. If I were to talk about the magnitude, I'll remove this. What इसको ऐसे लिख सकता हूं मैं? Perfect. Okay. Now suppose I come back to this question. It's a space. You know the beauty of this question is this is not a ring. It's a space. अब इधर आओ ध्यान से. First, I'll explain the concept. You know what happened? Somebody asked a question to me in a class. So there are two things which have come up new today. A, we always thought magnetic force that never does work. V cross P. Net work done is 0. We studied that. यहाँ magnetic force work कर रही है. Point two, when we talk about induced EMF, we need to talk about electric field. In this case, we haven't discussed electric field. We are discussing change in magnetic flux. We are finding out magnetic forces. We are finding out their work done. There is not a single instance where we have found a link between magnetic forces and electric forces. This concept will completely explain you. What happened was, there is a magnetic field inside this cylindrical region. This was experiment which was going on. The magnetic field which is inside this region was changing with time, say dV by dt. Maybe let's take it as a constant. It could be a time varying function also. एक कमाल की बात हुई. A charge was kept here outside the magnetic field. Until now, we are finding out EMF through change, through forces on charges due to magnetic force. यहां तो फील्ड ही नहीं है, मैग्नेटिक फील्ड ही नहीं है, तो फोर्स नहीं लगना चाहिए ना. फोर्स लगा. This charged particle actually started moving. Now, which means that this force or the induced EMF, अब force का क्या मतलब होता है? What is this? Work done per unit charge. Now, the force on this charged particle is tangential. We can find it out. The experimentally it was found out. तो ये तो charged particle भाग जाएगा. तो क्या किया? एक loop लिया गया. There was a loop which was taken. And this charged particle was allowed to move in this loop. When this charged particle came here, the speed increased. Now, if it was electrostatic field, then when this charged particle comes back to its same position, the speed should remain same, because in conservative forces, the net work done in a closed loop is, this was non-zero. So it also confirmed the fact that induced electric field is a non-conservative force. Two, since this charge is outside the field, magnetic field, that means it's not just the magnetic field, it is electric field. Yes or no? I'll explain you. I told you electric and magnetic are frame dependent. I take a loop. ध्यान सुना बच्चों. I move with velocity v. The current which moves, travels in the circuit is because of magnetic force. We've discussed that. Yes or no? Now that student wanted this answer. Sir, in this case, it is purely magnetic force which is doing work, because you're actually changing the magnetic flux. And the forces in these elements is because of magnetic field. Why? Because these charges are moving with velocity v. I asked him, let the observer sit here. What is the velocity of the loop now? 0. With respect to this observer. What is the velocity of charge now? 0. See, the charge is here only, na? Ye loop le leta hu aise. Charge. What is the velocity of the charge now? 0. What is the magnetic force on the charge now? So magnetic force is not doing any work. Current to bhi flow kar raha hai na? Kaun flow kara raha hai? Electric field. So it is electric field or magnetic field, since they are frame dependent, doesn't make any difference. Point number 1. Now coming back to this question. Come back to this formula. What is this formula? E dot dl, A dB by dt. Say this radius is r, and this point is at a distance small r. उस फॉर्मूले को खोल के देखते हैं. E and dl in the same direction. I told you E is tangential, dl has to be tangential. So E dot dl will become E dl. ये dl कितना होगा जी? एरिया किस लूप का लेंगे? जहां चेंज हो रहा है, क्या लूप? Into dv by, this goes with this. E कितना आया? Yes or no? पक्का? अब let's take a point inside small r. बोलना क्या लिखूं? E into, बोलते रहो, 2 pi r. What will be the area I'll take? Pi small r square dB by r goes with r. what is equal to I bhi gaya. What is the answer? That means when you move from the center to this point, it is directly proportional to small r. And when you are outside this radius, it is कौन सा ठीक है? खत्म. Note करो. Perfect. Extend. Okay. Understood? So there are questions which we can discuss further, but since you people have limited time, what we'll do is the rest of the questions you get through mail, right? Because I have to teach today alternating current also. But there is one important concept which I don't want to leave. Slide change karna tha. Next. Right. It's a previous question ले लेते हैं. I'll take one question where again there is a uniform horizontal magnetic field perpendicular to the rails. There is a uniform magnetic field and this is moving in a vertical plane. Okay? Perfect. He says find the terminal velocity. Now I want to introduce a concept of work energy theorem in induced electric field. I'll just take 5 minutes, but this is extremely important to understand. ध्यान दीजिएगा. If I have a rod, which you have understood, and it is traveling with velocity v. Okay? We are discussing Lenz's law. We are discussing conservation energy principle. We are trying to understand what forces are acting, what works are being done. Step by step chalte hain. Okay, guys, girls, pakka. First of all, when this travels with velocity v, you must be applying some external force. अपने आप तो move करेगा नहीं. What will be the power consumed or done power through this external force? कितना होगा? Fantastic. External into V. We are assuming V to be constant. Because of this, we can actually convert this into a battery. We understood this. The value will be, there will be a current which will flow from this region. Yes. If there is a current carrying conductor of length L, in which current I is flowing and there is a magnetic field B, don't you think there will be a magnetic force in the backward direction on the same conductor? है ना? कैसे? What is magnetic force equal to? I dl cross B. What is the direction of I dl? J. B is कितना आ गया? Now there will be some power which will this magnetic force will also consume. वो कितना होगा? Minus Fm into V. Negative sign because V is forward and 2, 3. There will be losses here also. I square R losses. वो कितना होगा? Minus I square R. There is a fourth work done also being done because this charge is moving across this potential difference. वो work done कितना होगा? If I were to say due to induced EMF, वो कितना होगा? BVL into I power. I'm taking out power now. Work done is charge into potential difference, but I'm calculating power divided by time. Q by T will become I. Yes or no? You agree? Now, if I open this function, like for example, if I were to open, say, this function, BVL, what is the value of I, girls? EMF upon resistance. कितना आया? देख रहे हो आप ध्यान से? पक्का? I'll open this function also. Magnetic force. What is magnetic force equal to? BIL into force is Bill minus B. What is I? BVL upon RLV. What is the value? Minus B square, V square, L square by. Can I cancel them? Yes or no? Cancel हो रहे ना, एक प्लस एक माइनस है. So what is the total power consumed in the circuit? Bolo, this minus this. Yes or no? So F external into V minus I square R. And what is power equal to? Rate of doing work. And what is work equal to? Change in kinetic energy. So right hand side पे क्या लिखूंगा मैं? D by dt of half mv square. If velocity is constant, ये कितना हो जाएगा? So what is external force into V equal to? I haven't seen this concept in any book. Write it down. In every book, I see that they're equal, but there are 4 components. 2 get cancelled. थोड़ा fast करना पड़ेगा. We have less of time now. Right? Bottom line is F external into terminal velocity is equal to the losses. Perfect. Absolutely fine. Now, this question is an IIT problem which is solved in many books. This is the length of the solution. You will solve this question in 1 line. Start kare. It is in the vertical plane. Yes. What is the force acting on the rod? mg. Vertical plane, mass m. What is the force acting on the rod? बोलिए, जोर से बोलिए. mg. Yes or no? And what is the formula we have to use now? F external into V is equal to F external into Vt is equal to F external कितना बोलिए? M. M कितना लिया इसने? मास कितना? 0.2. Yes. G कितना? 9.8. Vt आपको you have to find out. What are the total losses, by the way? What are the losses here? 0.76. Power dissipated in R1. How much? और नीचे कितना? कितना हो गया टोटल? Vt कितना आ गया? Over. Understood? Total power dissipated in the circuit is equal to power due to external force. Next slide. You want to check this question out? You want to do this? Same question. Rod, rope, mass, hanging. He wants you to find terminal velocity. बताना क्या लिखूं? आंसर बताओ यार. Come on, let's do it. External force कितनी है? mg. Terminal velocity कितनी? Vt. Yes or no? And this is equal to I square R. What is I in the circuit? B, V, L upon R ka whole square into R. Let me open this. B square Vt square L square upon R square into R, and this is mg into, can I cancel Vt? Can I cancel R? What is the value of Vt now? mg R upon B square L square. Wow. Look at that. It's done. It's over. Yes or no? Second part dekhna iska. He says acceleration mass ka kitna hai if the velocity of this body is half the terminal velocity. What is the force dependent on, by the way? Velocity. You reduce it to half. Force will reduce to half. mg will become mg by 2. Acceleration will become g by 2. Answer. Now we'll go to AC, sir. Now we have very limited time. So I'll discuss very, very crucial points. Let's start with the slide, sir. First thing first. In an alternating current, you have problems which directly come on finding out the average value, the RMS value of a circuit, of a current. I'll give you a very simple formula. Dhyan sunna meri baat. By the way, what do you mean by average current in an AC? Abhi tak you have studied that there is a direct current. If the direct current is I, it flows through time t, the charge it transports is I into t. Perfect. Ab dhyan sunna. Now it is an AC. It's not a direct current. But I average is that value of that DC value of AC which will transport the same charge which an AC would do. Suno dhyan se baat. This is an alternating current. I want to find its average value. Obviously, average value, this will be plus, this will be minus, the average value will become 0. I want to find it for a half a cycle. Now, what it means is, Q kitna hota hai? IT. So, IAC into dt from 0 to t by 2 will be the value of charge in an AC. He says, average is that value of AC treated as a constant current in the same time will produce the same charge. So what is the value of I average? What is the value of I average? IAC dt 0t by 2 by t by 2. Likho. In books, you will find that there are formula written, but now you understand the logic also. So if somebody says or asks a question in a board exam, practicals, he says, daughter, tell me, what do you exactly mean? Why do you have to find average value? Then it goes like this, that it is that value, constant value, which will allow the same charge to flow. Are you clear? Clear. Right. Abhi dhyan se dekhna. Ye basically hai kya? Area under the curve नहीं है ये total time हो गया. So average value is basically area under the curve upon the total time. Right? This is the average value. Then how do you find the RMS value? What do you mean by the IRMS? Ab suno dhyan se baat. In a DC current, if I is the current and R is the resistance, the total heat generated will be I square R T. I have an AC now. I'm saying IRMS is that DC value of AC which through the same time and through the same resistor will create the same heat. सुनना मेरी बात. क्या लिखूंगा? I square R dt in a complete cycle will create certain heat. would be the same heat which IRMS square RT would do. R and R cancels, yes or no? So what is IRMS equal to? IAC square dt 0 to t upon t whole to the power. Perfect. In a normal sine curve, okay, what is the average value for half a cycle? 2r by कितना होता है? नहीं, कितना होता है? Let me ask you, what is the average value for half a cycle? What is the RMS value for full cycle? कुछ तो याद होगा? 2 I naught upon under root 2 is the RMS value. Average कितना होता है? Yes, 2 I naught upon pi. And what is RMS? I naught upon. This is half baked information. And IITJ tests this half baked information. We are used to this. In IITJ, they'll give you a different problem where this formula is not applicable. Let's understand what exactly does it mean. Say I have this for a normal sine curve, right? All curves are not sine curves. Like for example, if I have a function that I equals I naught plus I1 sine omega t plus I2 sine 2 omega t. Let me take a cos also. I3 cos omega t plus I4 cos omega 2t. और ये चलते जा रहा है. मुझे इसका RMS value निकालना है. Now IRMS, please understand, is I naught square plus coefficient का square by 2. Coefficient का square by 2 whole to the power half. फटाफट लिख लो. Magical formula दे रहा हूं तुमको आज. This is how you find RMS of any function. Understood? What is the formula? Explain. क्या लिखूं? IRMS is I naught square plus I1 square by plus इसको solve करते हैं. I want to find the RMS value. Can I convert this function, this graph into a function? बोलना. Come on, girls, speak. Constant value कितनी है? A. That's DC. इस function को क्या लिखूं? Come on, speak. B sine. Oh, hello. What is the amplitude? B. What is this curve called? What is this curve? So it should be B sine. Answer बताओ. बोलो. IRMS क्या लिखूं? Come on, speak. A square plus whole to the power. Answer. खत्म. Over. No integration, no science solving the problems. Direct result. Next slide, please. बता दो. He is asking about the average value. What do you mean by the average value? Area under the curve. है क्या? कितना area? Between 0 and 2t. कितना area? Plus, minus? 0. Finished. Over. Next. This is an interesting question. I like this question. Before this question, I'll give you a situation. I'm saying I equals I naught sine 2 omega t. What should be its RMS value? सुनो ध्यान से. Average होता है area upon the time. RMS होता है जो फंक्शन है उसका स्क्वायर का एरिया अपॉन टाइम. Number 1. Number 2, the formula which I've told you, whether it is sin omega t or sin 2 omega t, whatever, RMS क्या होगा? I naught square by 2 का कितना हो गया? Perfect. Whether I have sin 2 omega t or sin 3 omega t or sin 500 omega t, doesn't make a difference. Have a look at this question. What is it? I equals, बोलो क्या करोगे? वाओ, 2 से मल्टीप्लाई और डिवाइड करोगे. क्या लिखोगे इसको? साइन आरएमएस कितना होगा? आई नॉट स्क्वायर बाय 4 बाय 2 का अंडर रूट कितना हुआ? आई नॉट बाय. इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल क्वेश्चन. इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल क्वेश्चन. डोंट लीव इट. कैसा लगा? मजा आ गया ना? याद रखना इस बात को. नेक्स्ट. ओके, लेट मी कम डायरेक्टली टू द एलसीआर सर्किट्स. मैं आपको एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बताता हूं. आफ्टर दैट यू विल बी एबल टू सॉल्व प्रॉब्लम्स. सीरीज एलसीआर. Do you have trouble in drawing the diagrams, the phasors, or are you aware of it? Respond. बताऊं. सुनो ध्यान से. This is a resistance. This is a capacitance. This is an inductor. Perfect. We generally take V equals V naught sin omega t. Same. Now, we use a method called phasors. But ध्यान सुनना. Now, there is a way to solve AC circuits. ये इसका magnitude है. Now, resistance का अपना angle 0 होता है. I can actually write it like this. The resistance offered by a capacitor in AC is 1 by C omega, and the angle is minus pi by 2. This is L omega, and the angle is. If I have to find current here, I'll take this as 0 reference. So I'll write V naught 0 upon R 0. This becomes V naught by R. इसका बताओ. V0. Speak. 1 by minus. This becomes V1 by, and the angle is, that means current is leading. Applied potential difference by a phase of pi by 2. इसको क्या लिखेंगे? बोलो. V0. आगे बोलो. L omega. Phase is V by L omega, and this will be minus. If I were to add all of them, series LCR लेता हूं मैं. Can I wrap this? बिठा दो उसको. If I were to take all of them, a series LCR circuit, right? Z impedance, इसका वैल्यू कितना होता है? ये मालूम है ना? Impedance triangle मालूम है? What is this? XL minus, and this is R, and this is phi. If I have to write current, what will I write? I. क्या लिखूंगा? V0 upon Z phi. Now, the phi could be plus, phi could be negative, or phi could be 0, by the way. What do you mean phi is positive? Phi positive कब होगा? When XL is, this is XL, and this is when XL is, this is the condition for resonance. पता है ना? When L omega becomes 1 by, and omega becomes under root 1 by. इसको जरा देखते हैं कि इसका सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है. If phi is positive, generally, which means this will become V by Z minus 5, yes or no? मैं इसका डायग्राम बना के दिखाता हूं, ध्यान से देखना. If phi is positive, which means XL is, this is V naught, I is lagging behind, this should be I with a phase difference of. Correspondingly, if I have to find out the value of VR, VL and VC, कैसे निकालेंगे? Start करो. I into R. What is I equal to? Right? Right? Yes or no? V by Z. यहां क्या लिखोगे? VL. V by Z. ऊपर क्या आएगा? है ना? Into L omega. एंगल कितना होता है? What is this equal to? V by Z into L omega minus phi. VC कितना होगा? V by Z minus phi 1 by C omega. ये कितना आया? V by Z C omega minus phi minus phi. बड़े ध्यान से देखना. That's your V naught. What is VR equal to? What is the phase it makes? So this should be minus 5 plus pi by 2. This is minus 5. ये plus pi by 2 हुआ. This should be minus 5 minus pi by 2. Should be here. Yes or no? This should be now. Suppose I forgot if I positive था या negative था. ये resultant है ना? एक फंक्शन इधर आना चाहिए, एक फंक्शन इधर आना चाहिए. If the resultant, this is the resultant value of three values, VR, VL and VC. Now suppose VC was greater, तो VC का और VR का रिजल्टेंट की तो कभी हो ही नहीं सकता. The net force के जो दो components होंगे वो ऊपर नीचे होंगे ना. In this case, because VL is greater than VC, so effectively ये आएगी लेंथ. हाँ या ना? और इन दोनों का रिजल्टेंट ये ये VR यहां होगा ना. This will be VR. It is in the direction of I ना. I तो ये था, तो ये हो गया VR, ये हो गया VL minus VC. इन दोनों रिजल्टेंट यहीं पर आ रहा है ना. So what you can write is that V naught square is VR square plus VL minus VC का whole square whole to the power half. लिखो फटाफट. There is one. अच्छा. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड दिखाना. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. नेक्स्ट 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 नेक्स्ट. ओके ओके ओके. नेक्स्ट. ओके. R L C. V1 is across this, V2 cross this, V3 cross this. He says when the frequency of the oscillator is increased up to resonance frequency, the voltmeter, which voltmeter will show a zero reading at the condition for resonance? Resonance में V and VC are, and they are always opposite. So what will be the answer? What will be the answer? Which voltmeter will show a zero reading? Absolutely simple. Perfect. But please remember, which students generally do a mistake. suppose I remove this voltmeter and I don't have a resonance condition. This voltage is not equal to this plus this plus this. This voltage is equal to this square plus this minus this whole square. You cannot add them. They are phasors. एक और दिखाना slide नीचे next वाले. Got done with. Okay. ये हो जाएगा ना? चेक करो. The voltmeter, the ammeter reading. निकाल लेंगे ना? Ammeter reading निकल जाएगी. Now देखो एक बड़ा interesting thought बताता हूँ. Their questions are very lengthy, but always remember they will give you values where omega ln 1 by c omega are equal and opposite. L ना? L का value है? कितना है L का value? Okay, I haven't mentioned it. In this question, the value of L and C are taken like this so that VL and VC are equal and so what is the net resistance? 50. ये तो खत्म हो गया ना? आपस में कैंसिल. करंट कितना हो जाएगा? 100/50 कितना होता है? Good answer. चलिए, thank you very much. We have limited time and great. Take care.
hello, 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 hello.
So today we will read 3 topics: chemical bonding, periodic table, and thermodynamic and thermochemistry. Let's start with chemical bonding and periodic table. So in chemical bonding, we will deal with structure of molecules, hybridization, shape of molecules. Correct? So let's start with the hybridization concept. There is two things. One is geometry of molecule and second is shape of molecule. So let's start with how to calculate the hybridization concept. Correct? So this is a very simple formula to calculate hybridization. It is valid almost all structure as well as molecule. But in this method, you cannot able to calculate the number of double or triple bond. But if in exam they ask regarding the shape, you can able to predict. If in exam they will ask regarding the hybridization, you can able to calculate. So I am taking a simple example. For example, let's take H2O. In H2O, first process to know the exact hybridization is to identify the central atom. Central atom is the atom which is attached with all other atoms. For example, in this case, oxygen is the central atom. Clear? Calculate number of valence electron present in the oxygen. It is 6. Then add number of atom attached with the central atom. If oxygen is central atom, the atom which are attached is hydrogen. So add valence electron plus number of atom attached, 2. 6 plus 2, 8. That divided by 2, 4. So it is easy to calculate this number. First, identify central atom. Write down the valence electron. Add number of atom attached with this central atom. So if 2 atoms are attached, 6 plus 2 divided by 2, it is 4. So I think all of you know the shape of all hybridization: sp, sp2, sp3, sp3d1, sp3d2, sp3d3. So how to calculate? Once you get this number 4, write down s, p, d. How many number of orbitals present in s? It is 1. Out of this 4, put 1. Now 3 left, put 3. 3 plus 1, 4. So D is 0. Now the hybridization is sp3. So it is easy to calculate almost all hybridization of the molecule. Clear? So what is the hybridization of this molecule? CH4. What is the central atom in CH4? C. Valence electron in C, 4. Number of atom attached, 4 plus 4, 8. Divide by 2, 4. 4 means sp3. So the hybridization of this carbon is sp3. One exceptional case is there. If oxygen or any other atom attached with central atom which can form double bond, in that case, we will not add that particular atom. For example, in carbon dioxide, what is the central atom in carbon dioxide? C. What is the valence electron of C? 4. Now, in all cases, what we have done, in the valence electron, we have added the number of atom attached. Now, the number atom attached is oxygen, so no need to add plus 2. Just divide this number with 2. It is 2. 2 means which hybridization? sp. So this is a very simple method to calculate hybridization of all molecule, and it is valid in almost all molecules. Only drawback of this method is you cannot able to calculate the number of double and triple bond, but you can able to predict the shape as well as hybridization and structure. Now, how to predict this geometry of these molecules? For example, let's take an example of molecule AB, AB2, AB3 and AB4. and we have calculated the hybridization of all these 4 molecules as sp3. I'm assuming that the hybridization of all 4 molecules is sp3. If the hybridization is sp3, the shape will be tetrahedral. Geometry will be tetrahedral. Now, what is the shape of these molecules? In sp3, tetrahedral means what is the angle between the two bonds? 109. Exact tetrahedral. For example, sp3 tetrahedral, these are the 4 bonds. 1, 2, 3, 4. The angle is 109. So if you ask me what is the structure or what is the geometry of AB, it is tetrahedral. What is the shape of AB? How you define the shape? Assuming that one person who can able to see this molecule, he can able to see the atoms, not the lone pairs. Now central atom बीच में क्या है? A. तो ये AB में बीच में A है. This is B. Now rest 3 bonds are vacuum. So it consists of pair of electron, which is known as lone pair. Correct? Now the people who can able to see this molecule can able to see the atoms, not the lone pairs. So if a viewer can able to see this molecule, he can able to see A and B. These lone pair are not visible. So remove these 3 lone pair. Now this is A, this is B. What is the shape of this molecule? Linear. So AB is linear and the hybridization is sp3. So we can able to say that the hybridization is sp3 but shape is linear. Similarly, AB2, I have written the hybridization is sp3. Now in sp3, again, this is tetrahedral form. The geometry is tetrahedral. How many B are present? 2. This is one B, another B. These 2 are lone pair. You can able to see these lone pair? No. So remove these lone pair. Now this shape is V shape or bend shape. So AB2, again the geometry is tetrahedral and the shape is bend or V shape. Come to AB3. In AB3, again the hybridization is sp3. Now, suppose this is B, third B, and this is lone pair. So we have to remove this lone pair. If you remove this lone pair, you can able to see this molecule is pyramidal. So AB3 is pyramidal. Now in AB4, what is the shape of AB4? Tetrahedral, because all the valencies are occupied by B. So AB4 is tetrahedral and the hybridization is sp3. Is it clear to all? So you can able to calculate the exact shape of these molecules. ClO3 minus, BrO2 minus, SO4 2 minus, I3 minus, PO4 3 minus, XCO F2, XCO F4, NO3 minus. What is the shape of these molecules? We'll start one by one. What is the hybridization and shape of ClO3 minus? sp3 and shape pyramidal, correct. Central atom is chlorine. The valence electron is 7. You will not add oxygen, but there is a negative charge. So if negative charge is there, add +1 upon 2. It is 4. 4 means sp3 because 3 atoms are present here. So the shape is pyramidal. But in this method, you cannot able to calculate the double bonds. BrO2 minus sp3 and shape, bend shape. 7 plus 1, 8 upon 2, 4, sp3. 2 oxygen are there, therefore bend or V shape. SO4 2 minus sp3 shape, tetrahedral. Central atom is sulfur. Valence electron is 6. 2 negative. 6 plus 2, 8 upon 2, 4. 4 means sp3. Because 4 oxygen are there, therefore the exact shape is tetrahedral. I3 minus shape. Why it is linear? In I3 negative, the central atom is I. Valence electron is 7. I3 minus, the central atom is I. Valence electron is 7. Number of atom attached with central atom is 2. Add 7 plus 2. 1 negative charge plus 1 upon 2. It is 5. 5 means sp3 d1. What is the shape of sp3 d1? Triangular by pyramidal. Triangular by pyramidal. This is 1, 2, 3. In sp3 d1, the shape is triangular by pyramidal, like this. Is it visible? So, the bond angle between these two is 120 and this one is 90. Correct? Now, we have 3 options to calculate the exact shape of this I3 minus. We have 2 atoms and 3 lone pair. So, first option, put 1 lone pair in this point, another lone pair in this point. So, these are the 2 lone pair, another lone pair in this point. So, there are 2 iodine left, 1 iodine, second iodine. So, if I put 1 iodine here, the angle is 120. What is the shape? Bent. But if I put 1 iodine in this point, another iodine in this point, and all 3 lone pair in the plane, then the shape is linear. So how to calculate or how to put the atoms in the particular positions? Always remember, there is 2 type of bond. One is bond pair, where the 2 orbital overlap. Other is lone pair, in which 2 electrons are present in a particular lobe. Correct? The electron density is maximum in which area? This one or this one? In lone pair. So can we say lone pair repulsion is higher as compared to bond pair? So always we will try lone pair must be away from another lone pair. So in this structure sp3d1, if I put 1 iodine in this point, another iodine in this point, 2 iodine, all lone pair in the plane. So this bond pair is present 90 degree with this, and this bond pair is 90 degree with this. But if lone pair is present in the above the plane, axial position, it will be present 90 degree with 3 bonds. But if lone pair is present in the plane, it will be present with the 2 90 degree. So it is always written that lone pair must be present in the plane. Why in plane? Because in plane, lone pair will repel with the 2 bond pair in the 90 degree. But if I put lone pair in this position, it will repel 3 bond pair or lone pair. So in the shape of I3 minus, we can able to write in this position 1 iodine, another iodine, and 3 lone pair. So the shape is linear. Now what is the shape of PO4 3 minus? Tetrahedral, phosphorus. The valence electron is 5. 5 plus 3, 8 by 2, 4. 4 means sp3. And all 4 positions are occupied by oxygen. So perfect tetrahedral. XeOF2. XeO Central atom is xenon. Valence electron is 8. Number of atom attached 2. 8 plus 2 10. 10 means sp3d1. In sp3d1 XeO in sp3d1 xenon is the central atom. As I have mentioned, lone pair are always present in the plane. One fluorine above the plane, another fluorine below the plane, and one oxygen present in the plane. So the shape is T shape. Shape is T shape. Shape of XeO4. Central atom is xenon. Valence electron 8. 8 plus 4, 12. 12 by 2, 6. sp3d2. 5 atoms are there. Therefore, the exact shape is distorted octahedral. NO3, central atom, nitrogen, valence electron, 5. 1 negative, 5 plus 1, 6 upon 2, 3. sp2, 3 oxygen are there. Therefore, the shape is triangular planar. Triangular planar. So, this is a very simple method to calculate the exact shape as well as hybridization of the molecule. But in this method, you cannot be able to predict the number of double and triple bond. So we will use another method so that we can able to check number of double or triple bonds. Now, this method is oxidation state method. Let's say we have taken CO2, carbon dioxide. If in this method we can able to calculate the hybridization, the central atom is carbon, valence electron is 4. Oxygen we cannot able to add 2 oxygen, 4 by 2, 2. That means the hybridization is sp and the shape is linear. But number of double and triple bond are not calculated. So how to calculate the number of double and triple bond? First of all, you have to calculate the central atom, that is carbon. Calculate the oxidation state of this carbon, plus 4. Write down the valence configuration of this carbon, 2s2, 2p2, valence configuration. S orbital consists of one lobe having 2 electrons. In p, it consists of 3 lobes having 2 electrons. Make one vacant d orbital also. So first step is identify central atom. Second step is calculate oxidation state of central atom. Third step is write down the valence configuration, that is 2s2, 2p2. Now excite the electron such that number of unpaired electron equals to the oxidation state. What is the oxidation state of this carbon? 4. So we have to excite the electron. This electron excited to this point. Now, number of unpaired, 1, 2, 3, 4. Number of unpaired required 4. Correct? Now, the atom attached with the central atom is, 2. Number of atom attached with central atom is 2. Count the box such that you will get 2 unpaired electrons. So if you always start counting from the first box, irrespective it consists of paired of electron or unpaired electron. So count this one, 1, 2. You will count 2 orbitals. So the shape is sp. Shape is sp. Number of unpaired electron left, 2. That means 2 double bonds. Now the central atom is C. Shape is sp, linear. 2 unpaired left, 2 double bond. So the carbon exact structure of CO2 is linear, having 2 double bonds. Is it clear? Is it clear? So solve this question. SO4 2 minus. What is the exact shape of SO4 2 minus? Central atom is sulfur. Oxidation state of sulfur is 6. Valence configuration of sulfur 3s2 3p4. S consists of 2 electron, P consists of and 1 vacant d orbital. So the oxidation state of sulfur is 6. You have to prepare 6 unpaired. Excite this electron to this. Now you will get 4 unpaired, 6 unpaired. Central atom consists of 4 atoms. So the hybridization is sp3. 2 unpaired electron left. That means number of double bond is 2. 2 oxygen are double bond, rest oxygen are single bond. Single bond oxygen to get octet, it accept 1 electron. So 2 negative charge. So this is the exact structure of SO2 having 2 double bond and 2 single bond. These negative charge are stabilized by resonance. Is it clear? So you can able to calculate the double, triple as well as shape of molecules. Now, how to calculate the exact hybridization of organic molecules? Let's say these are the structure of an alkene. Always remember, one carbon can form multiple pi sigma bonds, but one carbon can form only one sigma bond with another carbon. Is it clear? एक कार्बन दूसरे कार्बन से मैक्सिमम कितने सिग्मा बना सकता है? एक. अगर एक से ज्यादा बॉन्ड है तो दूसरे बॉन्ड कौन से होंगे? पाई. तो दो कार्बन के बीच में मैक्सिमम सिग्मा कितने पॉसिबल है? 1. मल्टीपल बॉन्ड हो सकते हैं, लेकिन बाकी के बॉन्ड कौन से होंगे? पाई बॉन्ड. अगर एक कार्बन form one pi bond, the hybridization is sp2 as it required one unhybridized orbital. If it would form 2 pi bond, the hybridization is sp. If 0 pi bond, the hybridization is sp3. Is it clear? So this carbon forms single bond with another atom. So if the single bond is there, it must be a sigma bond. If the single bond is there, it must be a sigma bond. Between two carbon, first bond is sigma, second bond is pi. So this carbon forms 3 sigma and 1 pi. If 1 pi means which hybridization? sp2. So this carbon is sp2 hybridized. This carbon is sp2 hybridized. Is it clear? Clear? So let us take another example. So there are 8 carbon. What is the hybridization of first carbon? Hybridization of first carbon, sp3. Second carbon, sp2. Third, sp2. Fourth, sp. Fifth, 6, sp2. 7, sp2. 1 pi bond. 8, sp3. 0 pi bond. All are sigma bond. Clear? What is the hybridization of this carbon? sp or sp2? sp, because it formed one sigma bond, another sigma bond. This one is pi, this one is pi. So this is sp hybridized. Clear? So is it correct statement that all the atoms present in the board are in plane? Plane means in this whiteboard. सारे एटम इस व्हाइट बोर्ड में है, ये कहना ठीक है? या कोई ऐसे भी एटम है जो अबव और बिलो द प्लेन है? I will prepare this hybridization. This carbon is sp hybridized. What is the shape of sp? Linear. So this carbon is linear shape. How many unhybridized orbitals are present in this sp? unhybridized? 2. So one unhybridized is present in the plane, another unhybridized is above the plane. Is it clear? So two unhybridized, one in plane, another above the plane. This carbon, the hybridization is sp2. sp2 is triangular, planar, having one unhybridized orbital. So unhybridized above the plane, correct? So this unhybridized form pi bond with another unhybridized. This methyl group and hydrogen is present in this white board, but the pi bond is present above and below the board. Clear? Now, see this carbon. It consists of one chlorine, one bromine, and sp2 hybridized. What is the shape of sp2 hybridized? Triangular, planar. So this is triangular planar. 1, 2, 3. Triangular planar. One unhybridized lobe must be present above and below the plane. So let's say this is the unhybridized orbital present above the plane. If I put one sigma bond in this point, this red mark, this red pen is above the plane. So can it form pi bond with this bond which is present in the plane? No. And the unhybridized orbital जो ऊपर की तरफ है वो तो उसके साथ ऑलरेडी पाई बना चुका है. क्या ये इसके साथ पाई बना सकता है डॉटेड लाइन के साथ? नहीं. तो उसको पाई बनाने के लिए कहां आना पड़ेगा? प्लेन में आना पड़ेगा. तो देखो अगर आप इसको प्लेन पे लेके आओगे तो ये दो मार्कर को देखो, ये दो मार्कर कहां जा रहे हैं? आउट ऑफ द प्लेन. So this chlorine and bromine are above and below the plane, and this pi bond is present in the plane, and this pi bond is present above the plane. Clear? Clear? Now the bond angle. Let's say we are talking about a structure of ammonia, NH4 plus. This is NH4. It consists of positive charge in nitrogen. What is the hybridization of ammonia? NH4 plus. What is the hybridization of NH4 plus? sp3. It is tetrahedral. Look at the structure. If there are 4 bonds, बीच में क्या है? Nitrogen. This one is hydrogen, 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 hydrogen. यहाँ पे क्या होगा? Electron, bond pair. यहाँ पे क्या होगा? Electron. This electron repel this electron. This electron will repel this electron. सभी के बीच में repulsion. जब इसको repel करेगा तो ये दूर जाना चाहेगा. तो दूर जाएगा तो इसके साथ रिपल्शन होगा. सो द परफेक्ट एंगल इज 109. सभी तरफ से इक्वल रिपल्शन है. सो इफ द रिपल्शन आर ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल इन फ्रॉम ऑल साइड, द परफेक्ट एंगल इज 109. नाउ लेट अस अज्यूम दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट अनदर स्ट्रक्चर दैट इज ammonia, NH3, not ammonium ion. It consists of one lone pair. So this is hydrogen, hydrogen, hydrogen. And this red pen is lone pair. Now the repulsion is not equal. The repulsion between lone pair and bond pair is higher. So what happened? They go outside from this plane. इसके repulsion को कम करने के लिए वो दूर जाएंगे ना, आपस में क्या होंगे? पास आएंगे. तो ये एंगल, बॉन्ड एंगल को क्या फर्क पड़ा? डिक्रीज किया. क्या ये कहना ठीक होगा कि बॉन्ड एंगल मेनली डिपेंड अपॉन द नंबर ऑफ एटम अटैच्ड विद द सेंट्रल एटम? यहाँ पे ये बॉन्ड एंगल 109 का होगा या कम होगा? कम होगा. इसका मतलब क्या है? ऐसा बोलना ठीक है. अगर मैं इसको भी लोन पेयर में कन्वर्ट कर देता तो ये बॉन्ड एंगल और कम हो जाते. क्लियर है? तो इज इट क्लियर? द बॉन्ड एंगल बिटवीन दीज टू एटम इज 109, whereas the bond angle between these two will be less than 109. But in case of water, it consists of two lone pair. In case of water, it consists of टू लोन पेयर. दो लोन पेयर का रिपल्शन तो वन लोन पेयर से ज्यादा रहा होगा. तो यहां पे जो बॉन्ड एंगल होगा वो इससे छोटा होगा या बड़ा? एक्स और वाई में कौन छोटा होगा? वाई. सो द कॉन्सेप्ट इज इफ यू इंक्रीज द नंबर ऑफ लोन पेयर, इट डिक्रीजेस द बॉन्ड एंगल बिकॉज द रिपल्शन बिटवीन टू लोन पेयर आर हाइयर. Is it clear? Now see one or more example. If we take OH, 2, water. Now the atom is changed. It is fluorine. Both the example consist of lone pair of electron. Number 2, it consists of 2 lone pair. It consists of 2 lone pair. The only change is the atom attached with oxygen are different. Here the atom attached is hydrogen. Here the atom attached is fluorine. Now, the bond angle between this, as the number of lone pair are equal, so this is X and this is Y. Both X and Y will be same or different? Different. Which is higher? Which one is higher? Why? Why? Mole repulsion. The repulsion, look, the repulsion is not due to these fluorine. The repulsion is due to the pair of electrons which are present in the bond. So Y will be less value as compared to X. Why Y is less? Let's say this is the exact shape of tetrahedral. It consists of 2 lone pair. This pen and this marker is lone pair. So this is hydrogen, hydrogen. Now the bond angle is less than 109 because both are hydrogen. Now you replace hydrogen with fluorine. You know fluorine is more electronegative. तो फ्लोरीन अपने इलेक्ट्रॉन को अपनी तरफ खींचेगा, तो वो जो बॉन्ड पे इलेक्ट्रॉन का अवेलेबिलिटी है वो क्या होगा? कम होगा. तो अगर वो विड्रॉ कर रहा है, अवेलेबिलिटी डिक्रीज कर गई, यहां से भी विड्रॉ कर रहा है, अवेलेबिलिटी यहां भी डिक्रीज कर गई, तो रिपल्शन में क्या फर्क पड़ा? कम हो गया. तो रिपल्शन क्या होगा? कम होगा. तो बॉन्ड एंगल क्या होगा? कम होगा. तो क्या ये स्टेटमेंट देना ठीक है? इफ यू इंक्रीज द इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिविटी ऑफ दीज एटम, it decreases bond angle. Increase the electronegativity of atom attached with central atom, decreases bond angle. Is it clear? Another example of repulsion of bond pair is central atom. OH2, H2O, and H2S. Both consist of lone pair. Now I have replaced the central atom. In the last case, I have replaced the atom attached with central atom. In this case, I have changed central atom. This is X, this is Y. Both are hydrogen, but the central atom is oxygen and sulfur. Between X and Y, which is greater? बड़ा कौन होगा? एक्स और वाई. जल्दी. एक्स, वाई इक्वल. अच्छा ठीक है, देखो. अगेन वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर वन टेट्राहेड्रल फॉर्म. दिस इज अ टेट्राहेड्रल. So these are the bonds. This electron repel this electron. If you decrease the repulsion, the bond angle will decrease. Now, how you can able to decrease the repulsion? हम repulsion को decrease कैसे कर सकते हैं? Correct? Decrease करने का एक रास्ता है कि आप यहाँ पे एक ऐसे एटम लगाते हो जो इलेक्ट्रॉन विड्रॉ करे, तो ये इलेक्ट्रॉन की अवेलेबिलिटी डिक्रीज होगी. तो एक और तरीका है इलेक्ट्रॉन की अवेलेबिलिटी को डिक्रीज करने का. वो क्या है? इस बॉन्ड को ही आप बड़ा कर दो. इफ यू इंक्रीज द बॉन्ड लेंथ, intensity of electron decreases. How can you able to increase the bond length? Bond length, what is bond length? The distance between two atoms. The distance between two atoms is known as bond length. If you increase the size of atom, the bond length decreases. So in periodic table, if you move down the group, the size of atom increases. If you increase the size of atom, the bond length increases. If you increase the bond length, the density of electron decreases, repulsion decreases, bond angle decreases. So between oxygen and sulfur, which is higher, larger in size? Sulfur. So between H and S, the bond is larger as compared to OH. So the repulsion is here is less. So it will be lesser. So value of X is higher than Y. Is it clear? Clear? So now you can able to form exact shape of the molecule as well as bond angle. Now we are talking about dipole moment. What is dipole moment? Let's say we have prepared an atom A and B. Between A and B, this A and B, I am assuming that B is more electronegative. I am assuming that B is more electronegative. If B is more electronegative, between A and B, B is more electronegative, the electron will float towards B. The electron will again float towards B. So dipole moment is the resultant of these two vectors. So the dipole moment will be in this direction. Clear? If we change the bond angle to 180, the dipole moment mu will be 0. Can we say dipole moment is a function of bond angle between two atoms? Any question? So if we decrease the bond angle, dipole moment increases. Here the dipole moment is 0. Clear? So to calculate the dipole moment, you have first to calculate the exact shape of the molecule. Between SO3 and SO2, which molecule have higher dipole moment? Between SO3 and SO2, which molecule have higher dipole moment? What is the difference between SO2 and SO3? Both are sp2 hybridized, I think. Have you calculated? Central atom is sulfur. Valence electron is 6. 6 by 2, 3. 3 means sp2. Again, central atom sulfur. Valence electron 6. 6 by 2, 3. 3 means sp2. Both are sp2. So this is a triangular planar. Correct? In SO3, oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. All three are oxygen. Between sulfur and oxygen, which is more electronegative? Oxygen. So the resultant will go in this direction, in this direction, in this direction. The resultant will be 0. But in SO2, this is oxygen, this is oxygen, this is lone pair. So remove this lone pair. Now, electron will move this direction, the resultant will be in this direction. So between these two molecules, which has higher dipole moment, SO2. But we can able to see SO3, the dipole moment is 0. Clear? Okay. Between CHCl3 and CH3Cl, which molecule have higher dipole moment? Both are sp3 hybridized. Both are tetrahedral in shape. One consists of 3 hydrogen, another consists of 3 chlorine. Be fast. CS3, CS3, this one, 3 chlorine. Another molecule consists of 1 chlorine. Look at this example. Let's say this is chlorine. These 3 are hydrogen. Between carbon and hydrogen, which is more electronegative? Carbon, slightly more. The electron will flow this direction towards carbon. This direction towards carbon. This direction towards carbon. So all electrons come towards carbon, and chlorine being a more electronegative, the electron will go to this direction. But in the second case, All three are chlorine, and this one is hydrogen. So the dipole moment will be this direction for this bond, this direction for this bond, this direction for this bond, and small dipole will go in this direction. So between these two, which have higher dipole moment, CS3, Cl. Clear? You can able to calculate exact dipole moment of the molecule also by calculating the vector quantity sum. So this is chlorine, ortho, para, meta, which have maximum dipole between these three. Chlorine, this chlorine. So resultant will be this. If we can able to say this is mu1, this is mu2, exact dipole moment will be mu1 square plus mu2 square plus 2 mu1 mu2 cos 60 root. But in this case, the dipole will be lesser. In this case, the dipole will be 0. Correct? Is it clear? One more question. Between these four, out of these four, which molecule have 0 dipole? More than one choice. Which molecule have higher dipole moment? Actually, zero dipole. A and B. Only A, not B. क्यों नहीं B? Last year I had a question. So A, 0 dipole moment, only A. In this case, this is also in the para position. If you see oxygen, it will accept the electron in this direction. So the dipole will be 0. But between O and H, if you are talking about O and H, we don't know the exact position of hydrogen because it's tetrahedral in the form. But due to this, some dipole may exist in this position. Clear? So this is all about dipole moment of the molecule. Now the last part, hydrogen bonding. Between O and H, oxygen consists of partial positive, hydrogen partial negative. Oxygen negative. So the bond between this partial positive and partial negative is known as hydrogen bond. This type of hydrogen bond are of two types. One is intermolecular hydrogen bonding, another is intramolecular hydrogen bonding. If you increase the partial positive and partial negative charge in the atom, the intensity of hydrogen bond or the magnitude of hydrogen bond increases. Hydrogen bond terminology, according to IUPAC, is valid only when hydrogen is attached with fluorine, nitrogen, and oxygen. These are the three electronegative elements. If hydrogen attached with these three elements, then it can able to form hydrogen bond. Clear? Unless the bond is known as dipole-dipole interaction. Now, stronger the positive and negative charge, higher will be the strength of hydrogen bond. Clear? Now, if you increase the hydrogen bonding, if you increase the strength of hydrogen bonding, it increases boiling point. Clear? This hydrogen bond concept is clear. Between oxygen and hydrogen and sulfur and hydrogen, ONH, this ONH, between oxygen and sulfur, the size of sulfur is bigger. So the bond length between sulfur and hydrogen is higher as compared to this. So this bond angle is larger. So the larger bond angle, the repulsion will be minimum. Therefore, these bonds come closer to each other. Therefore, between X and Y, X will be smaller, Y will be greater. So let's talk about the hydrogen bonding. If you increase the hydrogen bonding, strength of hydrogen bonding, if you increase the strength of hydrogen bonding, the boiling point of the molecule increases. Clear है? हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है, इससे बॉइलिंग पॉइंट के ऊपर बहुत क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं. यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया? तो मैंने बताया तुम्हें कि हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग आर ऑफ टू टाइप. वन इज इंटर, अनदर इज इंट्रा. इंट्रामोलिकुलर हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग. लेट अस टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ 1,2-hydroxy. So this type of bond is known as intramolecular. And if the bond between OH, this type of bond is known as intermolecular. So this is inter and this is intra. Clear? If a molecule consists of intramolecular hydrogen bonding, if a molecule consists of intermolecular hydrogen bonding, between these two molecules, which liquid have higher boiling point? Intra. How you define boiling point? The temperature at which the vapor pressure of liquid equals to 1 atmosphere. तो बॉइलिंग पॉइंट में ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि लिक्विड इवोपोरेट करे. क्लियर है? अगर एक मॉलिक्यूल दूसरे मॉलिक्यूल के साथ हाइड्रोजन बॉन्ड बना रहा है, ये किसी और के साथ बना रहा है, सभी बना रहे हैं, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग बॉन्डिंग है ना मॉलिक्यूल्स में, तो क्या वो इवोपोरेट करेगा? नहीं करेगा. लेकिन अगर आपस में ही वो बॉन्ड बना ले तो फिर दूसरे मॉलिक्यूल के साथ उसका कोई फोर्स ऑफ अट्रैक्शन तो नहीं है. तो हर मॉलिक्यूल एक इंडिविजुअल आइडेंटिटी हो गया, तो वो तो इवोपोरेट जल्दी करेगा. तो अगर किसी मॉलिक्यूल में इंट्रामोलिकुलर हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग है तो उसकी बॉइलिंग पॉइंट क्या होगी? कम होगी. क्लियर? क्लियर? ओके. टेल मी विच इज मोर वोलेटाइल बिटवीन ethanol and ethanol. Which is more volatile, ethanol and ethanol? More volatile means lower boiling point. कौन ज्यादा volatile है, A और B? B. Why B? Because in A it consists of partial negative, partial positive, whereas B consists of partial negative, partial positive in carbon. So carbon partial positive cannot able to form hydrogen bond. It consists of hydrogen bond and it is the strongest bond between two atoms, two molecules. But this cannot form hydrogen bond. It can form dipole interaction. So which is more volatile? B. Okay, let's do some objective type of question based on chemical bonding and periodic table. Can we have the slides? This is the first question. Which of the following ionic species will have highest lattice energy? Why? What is lattice energy? When any cation and anion form a ionic bond, there is a strong force of attraction between cation and anion, and the energy which is released is known as lattice energy. Is it clear? Is it clear? When any cation and anion come close to each other, the energy which is released is known as lattice energy. If we increase the intensity of this positive and negative charge, intensity of this positive and negative charge, lattice energy will increase. Clear? पॉइंट ये है, जितना ज्यादा प्लस होगा, जितना ज्यादा माइनस चार्ज होगा, उनके बीच के फोर्स ऑफ अट्रैक्शन से जो लैटिस एनर्जी निकलेगी वो उतनी ज्यादा होगी. हाउ यू डिफाइन दिस इंटेंसिटी ऑफ पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव चार्ज? फॉर एग्जांपल दिस मार्कर, इस मार्कर के टिप पे ये न्यूट्रल एटम है मान लेते हैं, है ना. यहाँ पे आप एक इलेक्ट्रॉन रखो, द एंटायर दिस स्पेस बिकम नेगेटिवली चार्ज. अब मैंने एक हाथ पे, अपने हैंड पे भी एक इलेक्ट्रॉन रखा. नाउ दिस एंटायर हैंड विल बी नेगेटिवली चार्ज. Both the negative charge are created by one electron. In this case, the one electron is present in a smaller area, so the intensity will be higher as compared to this one. Clear? तो अगर ये पॉजिटिव और ये नेगेटिव के बीच में बॉन्ड बनेगा तो लैटिस एनर्जी ज्यादा होगी, या इस पॉजिटिव इस नेगेटिव के बीच में बॉन्ड बनेगा तब लैटिस ज्यादा होगी? इस वाले में साइज जितना छोटा होगा, पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव चार्ज की इंटेंसिटी उतनी ज्यादा होगी, लैटिस एनर्जी उतनी ज्यादा होगी. तो क्या ये कहना ठीक है? इन पीरियोडिक टेबल, इफ यू go down the group, the size of atom increases and the lattice energy decreases. So in this question, LIF, the lithium, the first part, the smallest particle, so the highest lattice energy will be LIF. Lattice energy also depend upon, apart from the size, it also depend upon number of charge. For example, if it atom consists of more than one positive charge, lattice energy will be higher. Clear? Second, read this question. Identify the most appropriate statement from the following. This is about ionization energy. Ionization energy. In the first part, ionization energy is the energy required to remove an electron from outermost cell of an atom. Is it correct? Why? Yes, it is not the isolated. For example, if you take sodium metal, Na solid, and you are talking about, we have converted this Na solid to Na plus plus electron. So this is not an ionization energy, because there are two type of energy associated. One, Na solid is converted to Na gas. Another, Na gas is converted to Na plus plus electron. Correct? So this part is ionization energy. But in the first statement, they have written this is ionization energy. In second statement, the ionization energy is the maximum energy required to remove an electron from outermost shell of an atom. What is the error? It is the minimum. Third is the correct statement. The amount of energy which is required to remove the electron from valence shell, or the minimum amount of energy which is required. Correct? Clear? Next. If you will talk about the structure of an ionic compound, you will say the coordination number play a very important role in the structure. If you increase the coordination number, the shape will increase. Similarly, if you talk about the limiting radius ratio, it also increase or it also change the structure. But both these A and B factor are controlled by the lattice energy. कोऑर्डिनेशन नंबर ज्यादा होना, कोऑर्डिनेशन कम होना, ये लैटिस एनर्जी के ऊपर डिपेंड कर रहा है. लैटिस एनर्जी जितनी ज्यादा होगी, कोऑर्डिनेशन उतना बढ़ेगा. So always remember that the structure of an ionic compound is always favored by the favorable lattice energy. It controls both A and B factors. Clear? Clear? This is again a very simple question. Among the element simple ionic, read down the entire question. if you form an ionic bond, you have already seen that we have taken two atoms. One is alkali metal and another atom is from the electronegative element, like fluorine, bromine, or oxygen part. Why alkali metal? Because it is very easy to remove an electron. And why S block element? Because the electron gain enthalpy is very high. So we can able to say it is easier to remove valence electron from alkali metal group 1 and alkali earth metal group 2. Second point, it is difficult to add more than 2 electron in 6 and 7 anion. If you add 1 electron, the energy will release. It is known as electron gain enthalpy. If you add another atom, the energy is required. Positive electron gain enthalpy due to repulsion between negative. So what will be the correct answer? A and B. Clear? Next. So the box which is made is actually positively charged. This nitrogen consists of positive charge. This boron consists of negative charge. How you define Lewis acid? How you define Lewis acid? The species or the acid which can accept pair of electron is known as Lewis acid. Is it clear? Now, can I say if boron form 3 bonds, now the number of electron present in this boron is 6. To gain the octet, it required how many electrons? 8. तो अगर इसको 8 इलेक्ट्रॉन चाहिए तो ये 2 इलेक्ट्रॉन गेन करना चाहता है. So it is a Lewis acid. If you increase the intensity of this boron to accept the electron, the strength of Lewis acid increases. So how can you able to increase the intensity? This is depend upon the three groups or 3 atoms attached with this boron. If these 3 groups are electron withdrawing group, it withdraw electron from boron. The electron deficiency will increase. Its tendency to accept pair of electron will be increased. So it will become more stronger Lewis acid. Is it clear? So tell me, it is in statement 1, BCl3 is strong Lewis acid than BF3. Is it correct or wrong? Correct. Because in BCl3, you have taken 3 chlorine. But in BF3, there are 3 fluorine. You have फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट को तुमने रॉन्ग इसलिए बोला क्योंकि फ्लोरीन ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रोनेगेटिव है, तो वो तो इलेक्ट्रॉन विड्रॉ करेगा, तो इसकी डेफिशिएंसी ज्यादा होगी, तो इलेक्ट्रॉन जल्दी एक्सेप्ट कर लेगा. करेक्ट. बट इसमें एक और चीज है, वो क्या? इफ यू टेक फ्लोरीन कंसिस्ट ऑफ लोन पेयर ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉन, you will say chlorine also consists of lone pair of electron. This boron, the vacant orbital is second p, vacant orbital. This boron, the vacant orbital is 2p. These lone pair are present in 3p, and this lone pair is consist of 2p. The bond between 2p is stronger. These pair of electron will transfer to this boron, and boron का octet complete हो जाएगा. 8 इलेक्ट्रॉन आ गए, तो क्या ये दूसरे से इलेक्ट्रॉन एक्सेप्ट करेगा? तो उससे इसकी एसिडिक स्ट्रेंथ क्या हो गई? कम हो गई. बट सेम थिंग कैन बी रिपीट इन द क्लोरीन ऑल्सो. बट इन क्लोरीन द लोन पेयर आर कमिंग फ्रॉम 3p. द बॉन्ड बिटवीन 3p एंड 2p आर वीकर. तो क्या वो अपने लोन पेयर दे पाएगा? देगा, बट वीकर बॉन्ड बनाएगा. तो ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग लुईस एसिड कौन सा है? BCl3. सी द सेकंड स्टेटमेंट. द पार्शियल डबल बॉन्ड कैरेक्टर ऑफ BF बॉन्ड इन BF3 इज लॉस्ट ड्यू टू एडक्ट ऑफ NH3 एंड BF3. यहां देखो, this lone pair, if give electron to the boron, it form a double bond with fluorine. So this is what we call partial double bond. So because it is resonance stabilized. But if you take BF3 with ammonia NH3, so we know that nitrogen, the tendency to lose electron is nitrogen is higher as compared to fluorine. So if nitrogen give this boron pair of electron, it form a adduct like this. Now the octet of boron is complete, 8 electron. So this partial double bond will be not formed. So the statement 2, the partial double bond character of BF in BF3 is lost due to this effect. Is it right? So statement 1, statement 2, both are correct. Read statement 3. Is it clear? Statement 3, stronger Lewis acid character of BF3 is due to presence of high electronegative fluorine atom. No, because BCl3 is stronger Lewis acid. Due to minus I effect and plus R effect, the Lewis strength of BF3 will be decreased. So what is the correct answer? C, 1 and 2. Sodium bicarbonate crystal. Sodium bicarbonate crystal. Tell me what is the structure of sodium bicarbonate and what are the bond formed in sodium bicarbonate? What is the formula of sodium bicarbonate? Na, NaHCO3. What is the structure of sodium bicarbonate? This is the structure. Can I say the bond between Na plus and O minus is ionic bond. The bond between O and C, covalent bond. This oxygen consists of partial negative. This hydrogen consists of partial positive. The bond between O and H is hydrogen bond. So what are the 3 bonds present in sodium bicarbonate? Ionic bond, covalent bond, and hydrogen bond. So the correct answer is B. Is it clear? Read this question. Always remember that if an atom consists of higher number of charges, they are less stable. For example, this structure consists of 2 negative. This structure consists of 2 negative, but this structure consists of 1 negative, 1 negative. So the negative charge are equally distributed in 2 nitrogen atoms. So which among all 3, which is more stable? First one. So if you distribute the charge between atom, the stability will be higher. So first one is more stable structure. Correct? So this is a theoretical question. What is the correct structure of monothiocarbonate? If you have not remembered the structure, you can able to check the stability of the bond also. Carbon can form 4 bonds. Which structure form 4 bonds with carbon? B is not possible because it consists of 2 pair of electrons. This is highly unstable molecule. So which is structure? D. Correct? So BaO and MgO, barium oxide and magnesium oxide. If I increase the size of cation, listen carefully, if I increase the size of cation, the charge, positive or negative, will decrease. Lattice energy will decrease, but simultaneously, the ionic character increases. The ionic character increases due to Fajan's rule. For example, if you take in anion, negatively charged, and this is cation. So this cation accept pair of electron from this negative charge. So if it accept pair of electron from negative charge, due to this polarization, the covalent character increases. The covalent character increases. Now, if the size of cation is higher than this one and the negative charge is same, it will not attract the pair of electron or it will not attract the electron cloud. So this is more ionic. So always remember, higher the ionic character, higher will be the melting or boiling point. So between barium oxide and magnesium, Ba and Mg2 plus, the size of Ba2 plus is higher or larger. So the ionic character is maximum with BaO. If BaO, the ionic character is maximum, the melting point of BaO is higher than MgO. Clear? So this is a very long question. You can able to write down. So chemical bonding, is it clear? Can we start with thermodynamics? Thermodynamics difficult लगता है? Thermodynamics difficult लगता है? Thermochemistry? Thermochemistry? So we'll discuss this question. First, we'll let us discuss regarding the thermodynamics, some concept of thermodynamics, fundamental concept. So then you can able to solve some objective question also. Okay. So thermodynamics and thermochemistry, these are the two different things. We'll start with the first basic concept of internal energy E. Internal energy E. How you define internal energy E? Actually, let us take an example of a container consists of methane gas. Listen carefully. Let us say this is a methane, CH4. So, between this CH and this CH, the bond pair repel each other. So, if they repel each other, it will go outside from this bond. So, again, repulsion start from this. So, in its point, it vibrates. There is a small vibration in this bond. Same vibration will be in this bond also. So, all four bonds vibrate. So, due to this vibration, a small amount of energy is associated, which is known as vibrational energy. This carbon consists of 6 protons. Hydrogen consists of 1 proton. So this carbon accepts this pair of electron towards itself, but the inner electron of this carbon repel these electrons. So this bond in its axis shorter and longer. It is also associated with small amount of energy. These pair of electron attract this proton towards itself. So this is a small electrostatic energy. So if I calculate, there are more than 32 type of small energies, collectively known as internal energy E. So if a container consists of methane gas CH4, can I say it consists of huge amount of small energies and it is not possible to calculate all these energies? So according to thermodynamic first law, we cannot able to calculate the internal energy E of any molecule, but we can able to calculate change in internal energy. Is that clear? Now, let us see. This is a container. It consists of methane gas. And the energy is capital E. I want to change the internal energy E. I want to change or increase the internal energy E. In thermochemistry or in thermodynamics, we say the energy of a system, the energy of a universe is constant. So if this is a system, surrounding this is surrounding and this is system. System plus surrounding, universe. Energy of system and surrounding is constant. I'm saying that this is system. It consists of methane gas. I have to increase the internal energy of this methane gas. So let us calculate or see what are the routes so that we can able to change the internal energy. First route, directly add some amount of energy Q. So I can able to say that if this container consists of methane gas, I can able to increase the internal energy E by adding energy. Q amount of energy is added. You can able to increase the energy. Second, if let's say if you do work, energy decreases. If surrounding do work, the energy of surrounding, the energy of system. So system की energy हम work करके भी बढ़ा सकते हैं. Q amount of heat डाल के तो बढ़ा ही सकते थे, work करके भी बढ़ा सकते हैं. So there are two ways by which we can able to increase the internal energy of this. One is adding Q amount of heat. Second, work done W. So the energy can be written as E1 E plus Q plus W. Is it clear? हमने ये कहा कि भाई सिस्टम की एनर्जी को अगर हमें इंक्रीज करना है तो दो तरीके हैं. एक Q अमाउंट ऑफ हीट डालो, दूसरा W अमाउंट का वर्क करो. दोनों तरीके से आप सिस्टम की एनर्जी को इंक्रीज कर सकते हो. सो नाउ द न्यू एनर्जी इज E1 minus E. This is change in internal energy can be written as Q plus W. So we can say, according to thermodynamic first law, change in internal energy is Q plus W. Q plus W. W is work done. So let I first explain you how to calculate work done. Then we'll discuss some numericals asked for work done. Thermodynamics में work done के ऊपर सबसे ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं. ठीक है. So listen the question carefully. Let us assume a container. It consists of piston. It consists of piston. Inside this container, there is a gas. Nitrogen gas is there. Nitrogen gas. The volume of this container, listen carefully. The volume of this container is V1. And the pressure of this container, P internal pressure, is 10 atmosphere. Is 10 atmosphere. Outside the pressure from outside is P atmospheric, that is 1. Clear? Now, I put a block having mass M. The block having mass M. If you calculate the pressure due to this block, it is mg by A. Assuming that the total pressure due to this block mg by A is 9 atmosphere. 9 plus 1, 10. So external is 10. Internal is 10. Will this piston move? No. Now, suddenly, I have removed this piston. Now the internal pressure is 10 and external pressure is 1. The piston will move upward direction till the volume become 1 liter. PV is constant. So if I remove this block, the piston go upward direction. At this point, the volume, if this volume is 1 liter, this volume will be 10 liter and the internal pressure is equals to 1 atm. PV is constant. I am assuming that this is the isothermal process in which temperature remain constant. So this piston is moved from this point to this point. This point to this point. So इस piston को यहां से यहां तक लाया कौन? गैस. सिस्टम. तो वर्क कौन कर रहा है? सिस्टम. तो सिस्टम की एनर्जी क्या हुई? कम हो गई. कितनी कम हुई? तो उसने कितना वर्क किया? So can I say work done in this case is P external pressure किस वॉल्यूम से किस वॉल्यूम तक का चेंज हुआ? So work done can be written as P external dV. That means V2 minus V1. V2 minus V1. Is it clear? क्लियर है? अगर तुम इसका ग्राफ पीवी डायग्राम से भी इसका कैलकुलेशन कर सकते हैं. This is P atmosphere, V1, V2. So this is the work done, PV. कोई डाउट? चलो क्वेश्चन क्या है? सेम केस, सेम कंटेनर, almost all conditions are same. Volume in this container is 1 liter. Pressure in this container is 10 atmosphere. And I have divided this block into two equal parts. First part M1, second part M2. External pressure P atmosphere. Pressure due to one block is 4.5. Pressure due to another block is 4.5. Net pressure outside 10 atmosphere. Net pressure inside 10. Piston will remain constant. Clear? सब कुछ सेम है ना? केस क्या है सुनो. फर्स्ट वाले ब्लॉक को हटाया हमने, पिस्टन ऊपर गया, कुछ देर के बाद रुक गया होगा. रुकने के बाद सेकंड वाला पिस्टन भी हटा दिया, फिर ऊपर गया. मेरे साथ ऊपर गया हो तो वही वाला केस आया होगा. करेक्ट. बस बीच में एक जगह कहीं पे रुका होगा जहां पे इंटरनल प्रेशर जो है वो 5.5 के आसपास होगा. इफ आई पुट दिस केस, वन रिमूवल ऑफ दिस वन ब्लॉक, देन रिमूवल अनदर ब्लॉक, वर्क डन होगा. इस केस से जो वर्क डन हो रहा होगा और यहाँ पे जो वर्क डन हुआ है वो दोनों सेम होंगे या डिफरेंट होंगे? Same. So there are two work done actually. First work done, I have removed the block. In the second work done, I have removed one block, then one block. Partial. Same? नहीं होगा. सेकंड केस में वर्क डन बहुत ज्यादा होगा. नहीं, दो ब्लॉक हटाया वो रीजन नहीं है. नहीं. हाँ, जैसे ये पिस्टन है. Assume that this is our container. फर्स्ट केस में ये दो ब्लॉक को ऐसे रखा. प्रेशर ड्यू टू दिस टू मार्कर 9. प्रेशर ड्यू टू दिस टू मार्कर 9. एंड एटमोस्फेरिक प्रेशर 1. टोटल प्रेशर आउटसाइड 10. प्रेशर इनसाइड 10. पिस्टन विल नॉट मूव. फर्स्ट केस में हमने ये दोनों ही ब्लॉक हटा दिए. नाउ द एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर इज 1. इंटरनल इज 10. Due to pressure difference, the piston will move upward direction. तो इस upward direction के लिए responsible कौन है? गैस है, सिस्टम है. तो वर्क डन कौन कर रहा है? सिस्टम कर रहा है. सिस्टम का एनर्जी क्या होगा? कम होगा. तो ये ऊपर जाएगा तो अंदर का प्रेशर क्या होता जाएगा? कम. जैसे ही वो अंदर का प्रेशर 10 एटमोस्फेयर से 1 होगा, पिस्टन आके रुक गया. So I am saying that in the first case, this piston moved from this point to this point against the external pressure. Against the किस external pressure के against move किया? 1. Correct. In the second case, again I have put a 2 marker. I have removed this 1 marker. Now the external pressure is 5.5. तो ये 5.5 के अगेंस्ट मूव कर रहा है, तो ज्यादा वर्क किया होगा. जब आपने इसको हटाया तो ये फर्स्ट वाले केस का यहाँ ये वाला एरिया सेम था, सेम एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर, ये सेम वर्क होगा. लेकिन ये वाले में यहाँ 5.5 था और यहाँ पे कितना था? 1 था. तो वर्क डन किस में ज्यादा हुआ? सेकेंड वाले केस में, जब आपने दो ब्लॉक को डिवाइड किया. करेक्ट. तो अगर तुम वर्क डन इस सेकंड वाले केस में कैलकुलेट करना चाहोगे तो कैसे निकालोगे? तो आई कैन एबल टू से देयर आर टू टाइप ऑफ वर्क डन. फर्स्ट W1 वेयर द प्रेशर इज P atmosphere plus mg by A V dash minus V1, whereas work done 2 P atmosphere V2 minus V dash. Total work done can be written as W1 plus W2. क्लियर? अगर यही केस को थोड़ा सा और चेंज करें, न्यूमेरिकल को और चेंज करें, तो अगर मैं इस 2 की जगह देयर आर 3 ब्लॉक्स, 2 की जगह देयर आर 3 ब्लॉक्स, तब वर्क डन में क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? बढ़ेगा या कम होगा? बढ़ेगा. तो अगर मैं इस सिस्टम से ज्यादा वर्क डन लेना चाहता हूं तो इस ब्लॉक के और छोटे छोटे पीसेस करूं. क्लियर है? तो अब एक ऐसा क्वेश्चन ऐसा है कि मैंने इस ब्लॉक का इनफाइनाइट पीस किया. क्या किया? इनफाइनाइट पीस. तो ऐसा है, ये देखो, ये ब्लॉक की जगह मैंने रख दिया सैंड. क्या रखा? सैंड. नाउ द प्रेशर ड्यू टू दिस सैंड इज 9 एटमोस्फियर. प्रेशर, एटमोस्फियरिक प्रेशर इज 1. नेट प्रेशर एक्सटर्नल इज 10. इंटरनल इज 10. द पिस्टन विल बी रिमेन कांस्टेंट. अब आप एक सैंड का पार्ट हटाते हो, पिस्टन थोड़ा ऊपर जाता है, आप ऑब्जर्व भी नहीं कर पाते इतना कम ऊपर गया. एक एक पार्ट हटाते गए, जिस पॉइंट पे सारा सैंड खत्म होगा, एट दैट टाइम द इंटरनल प्रेशर मस्ट बी 1. ठीक है? इस केस में हुआ क्या कि हर मूवमेंट पे आप एक एक ड्रॉप हटा रहे हो, एक एक पार्टिकल हटा रहे हो, राइट? सो यू हैव ट्राइड दैट the external pressure is maximum at each and every point. So this will be the maximum work done. This will be the maximum work done. In maximum work done, every point, the internal and external pressure are approximately same. So such work done is also known as reversible work done. Such work done is also known as reversible work done. Why reversible? Because in any point, if you change the pressure of inside and outside, the movement of piston may change. So reversible pressure is the maximum work done that from the system we can able to use. Clear? Clear? तो इसका वर्क डन कैसे निकालेंगे अगर हम एक एक पार्टिकल हटाएं तो? अब हम ऐसा तो नहीं कर सकते W1 W2 W इनफाइनाइट फिर W1 से W इनफाइनाइट तक ऐड करें. एक पार्टिकल हटा के इंटीग्रेट करोगे तो प्रेशर कौन सा लोगे? अगर इंटरनल प्रेशर लोगे तो हर मूवमेंट में प्रेशर बदल रहा है, वेरिएबल है, दो वेरिएबल में इंटीग्रेशन नहीं कर पाओगे. बताओ. एक्चुअल में इसकी कैलकुलेशन, टू डू द कैलकुलेशन ऑफ सच टाइप ऑफ वर्क डन वी रिक्वायर्ड सम एजम्पशन. ठीक है. और रिवर्सिबल वर्क डन के ऊपर अगर न्यूमेरिकल आएगा तो ये एजम्पशन हमें करना है. एजम्पशन क्या है सुनो. लेट्स से दिस इज आवर कंटेनर एंड दिस इज पिस्टन and this is sand particle which you have added. The internal pressure is 10 atm, the volume is 1 liter, and the external pressure is 1 atmosphere plus 9 atmosphere, 10. It is perfectly in equilibrium point, right? Assuming that कि आपने एक पार्टिकल यहां से हटाया जिसका मास है dm. At this point the external pressure and internal pressure are equal. अगर आप एक पार्टिकल dm यहां से हटाओगे, एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर क्या होगा? कम हो जाएगा और इंटरनल बढ़ेगा. इंटरनल से भी dp प्रेशर आपने कम कर दिया, मान लिया मैंने. नाउ द इंटरनल प्रेशर इज pi माइनस dp विच इज द न्यू एक्सटर्नल प्रेशर. dp कम करने के बाद तो इक्वल हो गया. क्लियर? नाउ टू कैलकुलेट द वर्क डन we will write P external V1 to V2 dV. This P external can be written as P internal dP V1 to V2 dV. Clear? So we can write Pi dV minus dP dV. This can be negligible. dP dV is the small change in pressure due to dm mass. dV is the small change in volume due to dm mass, which is very small as compared to Pi dV. Is it clear? So we can able to neglect this part. Now the expression can be written as Pi dV V1 to V2. Again you will say when the piston move upward direction, the internal pressure changes. So we have to replace this Pi. I am assuming that this system or this work done is an isothermal process. If this is an isothermal process, we can able to write W PV equals to nRT. So nRT V1 to V2 dV upon V. Now number of mole are constant, R is gas constant, isothermal temperature will be constant. So all three are constant. We can able to integrate this one dV by dV. So the expression is minus nRT ln V2 by V1. This is the maximum work done in isothermal process. Is it clear? So after calculating the work, so this is a work done of an isothermal process. For adiabatic expansion, the calculation is different. ठीक है, जल्दी जल्दी होगा नहीं इसलिए मैं isothermal बता रहा हूँ. Now in thermochemistry part, we are using some definitions. Based on that particular definition, Based on the particular definition, we will solve the numerical. I think all of you know what is Hess law. Hess law is clear to all? No. In a reaction, A plus B give rise to C. The enthalpy delta H can be written as enthalpy of C minus enthalpy of A plus enthalpy of B. According to thermodynamic first law, we cannot able to calculate the enthalpy of A, B and C, but we can able to calculate the value of change in enthalpy, that is delta H. हम डेल्टा एच को कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं बट इंडिविजुअल एंथैल्पी को कैलकुलेट नहीं कर सकते. तुम सोचोगे भाई इंडिविजुअल नहीं कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं तो फिर चेंज कैसे कैलकुलेट कर. क्लियर है? टू कैलकुलेट दिस एंथैल्पी वी यूज टू विद द हेल्प ऑफ बॉम्ब कैलोरीमीटर. ठीक है, कैलोरीमीटर को लेकर के हम ये डेल्टा एच कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं. कैसे करेंगे कैलोरीमीटर से? एक्चुअली में क्या है, मान लेते हैं एक रिएक्शन है, मीथेन रिएक्ट विथ ऑक्सीजन to give carbon dioxide and water. Methane react with oxygen to give carbon dioxide and water. This is a simple combustion of a methane gas. It is not possible to calculate the exact enthalpy of methane, oxygen, CO2 and water. But change, that is delta H, we can able to calculate with the help of calorimeter. कैसे देखो, एक कंटेनर, स्टील का कंटेनर हमने लिया जिसको हमने वाटर के चैम्बर में रखा है. It consists of a thermometer. The volume of water is 5 liter. And the temperature of this water is 25 degrees centigrade. Is it clear? So it is very simple to calculate the exact temperature of the water. मैंने 5 liter water जिसका temperature 25 degree centigrade था, उसके अंदर एक स्टील का चैम्बर रखा है. ठीक है? Now I know to increase 1 degree centigrade temperature for 1 liter of water, we require 10 joule of energy. 1 liter water, to increase 1 degree, we required 10 joule of energy. This is assumption, not the exact value. So 10 joule of energy is required to increase 1 degree centigrade temperature for 1 liter of water. So how many amount of energy required to increase 1 degree for 5 liter of water? 50. That means if 25 से ये 26 हो जाए तो 50 joule इसको मिले. Clear? Methane and oxygen, both 1 mole kept inside this container after balancing this reaction, of course. So 1 mole methane and 2 mole of oxygen kept inside the steel chamber, allowed to react. ठीक है, रिएक्शन के बाद मैंने देखा है 25 से 27 हो गया टेम्परेचर. कितना डिग्री बढ़ा? 2 डिग्री. 2 डिग्री अगर ये बढ़ गया तो कितना जूल एनर्जी मिला? 100 जूल. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जब ये रिएक्शन हुई होगी तो इससे जो एनर्जी निकली वो -100 जूल होगी, तभी टेम्परेचर 25 से 27 हुआ. So we can able to calculate the value of delta H, but we cannot able to calculate the value of exact enthalpy of these molecules. Clear है? So by the use of these calorimeter, we can able to calculate enthalpy. Now, if I say according to Hess law, A plus B give rise to C, X plus Y give rise to C, Z plus B give rise to C. These are the 3 reactions. ठीक है? Methane, I cannot able to say the exact enthalpy of a 1 mole methane. 1 मोल मीथेन की एंथैल्पी कितनी है तो हम नहीं बता सकते, लेकिन क्या ऐसा स्टेटमेंट देना ठीक होगा कि अगर 1 मोल मीथेन कोई एक रूट से बनाता है, कोई दूसरे रूट से बनाता है, कोई थर्ड रूट से बनाता है, बनाते मीथेन ही है, तो उसकी एंथैल्पी रिमेन कांस्टेंट. सो आई कैन से if I prepare C from A and B, if I prepare C from X and Y, if I prepare C from Z and B, the enthalpy of these C remain constant. C की enthalpy तो constant होगी, correct? So I can say if I put and the delta H of the first reaction can be written as enthalpy of C, enthalpy of A plus enthalpy of B. So this C will be constant in all 3 cases. This C or the enthalpy of C remain constant all 3 cases. So how this example can be used in Hess law? Let's say I am preparing, I have taken carbon diamond form of carbon, allotropic form, react with oxygen, combustion, it form carbon dioxide. This is a very simple method. डायमंड को ऑक्सीजन के साथ रिएक्ट कराओ, डायमंड कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड देगा, सिंपल रिएक्शन है. कार्बन ग्रेफाइट react with oxygen to give carbon dioxide. These two enthalpy can be calculated because the reaction are very simple. Delta H1, delta H2. Assuming that delta H1 is 10 joule, this is 15 joule. Because these two reactions are very simple reaction, जो लैब में अगर करें तो बहुत आराम से हो जाएंगे, ठीक है. बट कार्बन ग्रेफाइट से कार्बन डायमंड, ग्रेफाइट को डायमंड में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं? नहीं कर सकते. तो क्या उसकी एंथैल्पी कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं? नहीं, क्योंकि बॉम्ब कैलोरीमीटर तो तभी यूजफुल है ना जब वो रिएक्ट भी करे. तो हम ऐसे रिएक्शंस हैं जो रिएक्शन हो सकता ही नहीं है, उसकी एंथैल्पी अगर कैलकुलेट करना चाहे तो क्या बॉम्ब कैलोरीमीटर यूजफुल है? नहीं है. हेस लॉ उस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर रहा है. कैसे? We can able to calculate carbon diamond react with oxygen to give carbon dioxide. The delta H1 is -10. Carbon graphite react with oxygen to give carbon dioxide. Delta H2 is -15. Now, in the first reaction, the delta H1 can be written as enthalpy of CO2 minus enthalpy of carbon diamond plus enthalpy of oxygen, product minus reactant. And delta H2 can be written as enthalpy of carbon dioxide, enthalpy of carbon graphite, enthalpy of oxygen. This is delta H2. Now, if I add delta H1 and H2, delta H1 plus delta H2, दोनों को ऐड कर देते हैं, तो एक्सप्रेशन क्या आएंगे? If this, delta H1 minus delta H2, the expression is the HCO2 minus H carbon diamond minus enthalpy of oxygen minus enthalpy of CO2 plus enthalpy of carbon diamond plus enthalpy of oxygen. Clear? CO2, oxygen, this is diamond form, this is graphite form. So we can able to get delta H1 minus delta H2 is enthalpy of carbon diamond to graphite to diamond. जो वैल्यूज हम कैलकुलेट नहीं कर पा रहे थे वो कर पा रहे हैं ना आप. तो हेस लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग if you add two reactions, the enthalpy will be added. If you take the difference between two reactions, the enthalpy will be the difference of that particular two reactions. Clear? So there are some definitions in which enthalpy calculation is based. Clear, Amitao? So with the help of questions, we will solve this question. Next. Directly come to 750. Sorry, you need 17 or 18. Or नीचे. This one. This is the question. Same question as carbon diamond and graphite form. The heat of combustion of rhombic and monoclinic sulfur are. How you define heat of combustion? Can you able to write the equation of heat of combustion? If any objective type of question consists of heat of combustion means reaction with oxygen. ठीक है? So if heat of combustion of rhombic and monoclinic sulfur, that means sulfur react with oxygen to give SO2, and monoclinic sulfur react with oxygen to give SO2. So the heat of combustion delta H is minus 70960. Heat of combustion of this monoclinic is minus 7103. What will be the heat of combustion of sulfur to monoclinic? Yes. So you have to convert this to heat of conversion of rhombic sulfur to monoclinic. This to this. So equation 1 and equation 2. The difference 1 minus 2. Answer. Is it clear? Clear? Next. Solve this question. This question is based on heat of neutralization. Heat of neutralization. What is heat of neutralization? The amount of heat released when one equivalent of acid is neutralized completely by base. Clear? For strong acid, the complete neutralization, the maximum energy release is minus 13 kilocalories, minus 13.7 kilocalories. Clear? Clear? So what is heat of neutralization? Reaction between acid and base, or complete reaction. For example, heat of neutralization of HCl plus NaOH. It gives NaCl plus water. The delta H is known as heat of neutralization. Okay. If I take HBr in place of HCl and KOH in place of NaOH, it gives KBr plus water. How you define delta H in this particular reaction? So in a reaction, there are two things. One, old bond breaks and the new bond form. To break the old bond, you require energy. So delta H1 can be written as, delta H1 means the first reaction, can be written as HCl. We have to break this bond between H and Cl. To break the bond between H and Cl, we require energy. We have to break the bond between Na and OH. Again, we require energy. We have to form a bond between Na and Cl. The minus, why minus? Because there is a bond formation between sodium and chlorine. So the energy is released. Again, between hydrogen and OH, the bond form, again the energy release. Similarly, the delta H2 for this reaction can be written as, we required energy to break H and Br bond. We required energy to break potassium and hydroxy bond. And the energy is released when KBr form and H and OH. Is it clear? See, both the reactions, the bonds are different. So the energy required must be different. But the value of delta H1 and delta H2 remain constant. The value of delta H1 and H2 are same. So we can able to say that if you neutralize any strong acid like HCl, HBr, HI, HF, HNO3, H2SO4, the value of delta H remain constant or same. Why? Because in the neutralization process, we are not breaking H and Cl bond. जब तुम water लोगे तो HCl किस फॉर्म में एग्जिस्ट करेगा? H प्लस Cl में, H प्लस एंड Cl माइनस में. क्या एनर्जी की जरूरत है उसे ब्रेक करने की? नहीं है. सिमिलरली NaOH जब आप टाइट्रेट करते हो तो NaOH में किस सॉल्यूशन में Na प्लस एंड OH माइनस होगा? क्या ब्रेक करने की जरूरत है? तो वी हैव नॉट ब्रेक दिस बॉन्ड, वी हैव नॉट ब्रेक Na and OH bond. NaCl in water, NaCl is 100% soluble and it is an exothermic process. So NaCl का बॉन्ड भी नहीं बना, सिर्फ ये वाला बॉन्ड बन रहा है ना H और OH का. H और OH का भी बॉन्ड क्यों बन रहा है? Because Kw of water must be constant 10 to the minus 14. If additional H and OH will form, they react to form water till the equilibrium will reach. Kw will be 10 to the power minus 14. तो अब ये बॉन्ड कितने बने होंगे? 1 मोल. because the definition is for neutralization of one equivalent of acid. तो अगर इसका 1 बना है, यहां पे भी देखो strong acid, ये 1 mole HNOH. So the enthalpy of neutralization for all strong acid are same. But if you take weak acid in place of HCl, you take formic acid, which is a weak acid. So we require some amount of energy. So some amount of energy is required to break this acetic acid or formic acid bond. So the energy release must be less as compared to this one. Is it clear? Without? So, what is the answer of this question? This is a 10 ml strong. A strong acid means you can able to take HCl, HBr. Now you don't require any particular name of the acid because all acid are constant. So strong acid may be anything. So 10 ml of strong acid is added to 10 ml of alkali base. So the net solution becomes 20 ml and the temperature increases 5. If the same acid is increased 10 times, the temperature increase will be 5. Will be 5. Why? Because if you neutralize 10 ml of alkali, let's say the normality of HCl is 1. The equivalent of acid which is neutralized is 10. So 10 equivalent of acid when neutralized releases X amount of energy. The X amount of energy raise the temperature to 20 ml. If you increase the volume of HCl 10 times, the energy also increases 10 times and the volume proportionally increases 10 times. So the temperature remain constant. So what is the answer of this question? A. So this is again Hess law question, the enthalpy of combustion. Combustion again, reaction with oxygen. Solve. The enthalpy of combustion of cyclohexene and H2. 3 equations. So these 3 data are given. First equation, second, third. When you write the heat of combustion, always remember heat of combustion of cyclohexane. That means they have given, if you take 1 mole of cyclohexane, C6H12, 1 mole is treated with excess of oxygen. The amount of energy release is known as heat of combustion. Correct? If you take 2 moles, you have to multiply the combustion with 2 factor. Correct? With balancing of this 1 mole, you can able to write 9, 6, and 6. But the combustion value, the value which is given in the question, always taken as 1. So the enthalpy of combustion of cyclohexane is minus 3920. The combustion of cyclohexane is minus 3800. The combustion of hydrogen, I have taken 1 mole of hydrogen balancing half mole of oxygen, is required 241. So these are the 3 equations. So you have to calculate the enthalpy of hydrogenation. Third equation. So you can see this is a reactant and this is product. This product is present in this reactant. So हमें इस equation को इस तरफ लाने के लिए इसको minus करना है. ठीक है? So if you add 2 plus 3 minus 1, all these factors will be cancelled out. You will get this equation and then enthalpy can easily find out. Is it clear? So add equation 2 plus 3 minus 1. You can able to get heat of hydrogenation. Clear? What will be the answer? Can you explain heat of formation? What is heat of formation? To prepare 1 mole of any substance from stable form. For example, if you want to prepare H2O, the elementary form of H2O is hydrogen and oxygen is O2. This is called heat of formation of H2O. So remember, heat of formation is always taken from the stable form. So here the heat of formation of carbon monoxide. So what will be the reaction? It is carbon solid plus half O2 gives CO. So you have to calculate the enthalpy of this reaction. So it will be R minus S. Clear? Can you solve this one? Lattice energy of solid NaCl is 180 kilocalorie per mole. How you define lattice energy? Correct. Energy release, or in this case, they have written sodium chloride. So energy absorbed. So this is when sodium chloride solid is converted to Na plus gas, Cl minus gas, the energy release, the enthalpy is 180. Now the second line, the dissociation of solid in water to form its ion is endothermic to the extent of 1 calorie per mole. That means when this sodium chloride solid added in water, that is aqueous medium, it is converted to Na plus aqueous and Cl minus aqueous, and the enthalpy of this reaction is 1. Sodium chloride solid is converted to Na plus aqueous and Cl minus aqueous, and the enthalpy is 1. Third line, you write. This solution Na plus is 6:5. The enthalpy of hydration of Na plus ion. What is hydration? When you take Na plus in water, the amount of energy which is released when in water sodium ion is trapped by oxygen atoms. So can I write this equation as Na plus gas plus Cl minus gas is converted to Na plus aqueous, Cl minus aqueous, and the enthalpy is minus 179. From these two equations, I can able to write this one. So what is this? When Na plus gas is in the hydrated form, Cl minus in the hydrated form, it will release minus 179 joule or calorie. Now, assuming that for 1 mole of Na plus, the amount of energy required is 6x, because the ratio is 6:5. 6:5. So if it is 6, it will be 5x. So total amount of energy will be 11x. 11x will release minus 179. So we can write 11x will release minus 179. X will release 179 upon 11. So what is the hydration energy of this Na? 6 multiplied by 179 by 11. Why 6? Because the total hydration energy I have taken is 6x. Is it clear? No doubt? So we will end up our class today. Thank you.